Okay, good evening. Tonight is Monday, February 13th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. This is the Town of Norfolk Planning Board meeting. In accordance with the Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 20, notice was previously provided that the Planning Board will be meeting this evening at 7 p.m. in Room 124, 1 Liberty Lane, Norfolk, Mass. Alternative public access to this meeting is currently being provided via Zoom, which is an online video conferencing solution. This application will allow users to view the meeting and provide comments during allocated windows. To join, follow the web link on the town's website. The meeting will be recorded for future rebroadcast by Norfolk Community Television. For more information on getting connected and using the video conferencing features, please visit the town's website. So we will get started with this evening. Let's just do kind of a quick go around the table here of who's in attendance. So we have our associate, Melissa Mayo, board member Gary Sullivan, the vice chair, Chris Montfort, chairman, myself, Chad Peck, board member John Weddleton, our board member clerk, Eric Diamond, town planner Richard McCarthy, and our administrative assistant, Betsy Fajol. And we do have a few people on, looks like on Zoom, and we got a few people in the room. So we will go ahead and get started. So we have a 7 o'clock appointment for the 15 Lincoln Road Next Grid Solar Project. So I see Nathan is there from Next Grid. Nathan, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you fine.
Great, great. So it's, the last time you were here was in December, was that right?
December,
Yeah.
yes.
December, and we gave we voted on a motion to conditionally approve, but it was contingent upon the Conservation Commission.
Correct.
Correct. And so that they came back and did a partial certificate of compliance. So talking with Rich, we felt it was important to come back to the board and just say, it doesn't quite meet the criteria that we voted on, because we voted on a full certificate of compliance. And so what we're looking for tonight is just obviously some discussion on it, but I have a feeling the discussion is limited or be very brief. We just need a vote as a board if we feel comfortable moving forward, still giving that, we were giving them a temporary certificate.
Temporary occupancy permit,
Yeah.
or recommended to the building commissioner for a temporary occupancy permit.
Right.
What's outstanding?
So the outstanding items was a flared end section and,
We did receive the bond.
Reseeding in a bond, yes.
yep, and a bond, yep, and reseeding and a bond. Yep.
Okay.
So we set the bond price at the December meeting at $25,000, went through the items that were still outstanding, so that we do have the bond, so that's good. So really, it would be to look to do a new motion, but this would be modified slightly, so instead of full certificate of compliance, it would be a partial certificate of compliance, if we're okay with that, from Conservation. Does it make sense? I hope I captured everything.
So initially, we gave a full certificate of compliance, which we gave a full.
It was always a temporary, but it was contingent on the full certificate of compliance from conservation, which wasn't the
Does
case.
anything change as far as what's regard to the planning board that has to be done differently, or is it just?
No, it's just a reference
Well, our
that's a
issues are all
partial.
the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Nathan, do you have any other additional comments? Did I miss anything?
No, I guess just for the record, the partial certificate with conservation is kind of similar to planning. It just we have an area we need to overseed at the bottom of the slope just once weather permits. But their partial certificate of compliance actually covers the solar array area, basically everything within the fence, just
Okay.
for purposes of record.
Okay. Thank you. So, if there isn't any other discussion, then I'd be seeking a motion.
Kind kind of wrote it all out on the agenda, so if somebody wants to read that
Yep.
script, that is fantastic.
Yep.
Motion to vote to recommend that temporary occupancy be granted until June 1st, 2023, subject to the installation of the flared end section of the outlet of the overflow pipe. Partial certificate of compliance issued from the Conservation Commission, $25,000 cash bond to carry any additional costs in case the overseeding and erosion control is not completed.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, Nathan.
And we'll let the building department know.
Thank you. Yeah. So we're a little early for our 7:15.
We did that to keep space, but
Yep.
it's not a public, yeah, we just.
Public hearing, so
Yeah,
if we have all the parties here, yeah.
because then you can maybe hit some other here. Yeah.
So we have Seven Hill Street review, the condominium property owner association documents, and then if that looks good, we'd consider voting for approval on that. So town council did review, correct?
Correct,
And
yes.
they, I know you put it in our Google Drive, what was, I think we have in our packet, right?
The packet?
Yeah.
Which packet?
So is this big, thick?
It is, it should be the very first
Okay.
packet of information.
Oh, yeah.
So does it have I know town council reviewed and they,
What, the items were, you mean, or what?
yeah, just what their comments were
Well,
and
they,
changes and.
they put us in the wrong community. It was Plymouth versus Norfolk.
Okay.
Section 9.
Copy paste.
Yeah, copy and paste. And then let me get into my, referencing the condition one, I think was. Gotta log into my computer, sorry.
Yeah, so on page 5, there was a reference to Town of Plymouth, that's been changed. On page 6, I added a reference to condition 1 of the site plan and special permit decision. On page 9, there's a line that says the project will total 118 units. I struck the 100, so it's just 18 units.
Yeah, they scaled up the development.
That's a big development. So, okay, so from town council, there was those 3 comments, and it's my understanding those have been addressed.
Correct. Yep.
So, I didn't have any other comments.
And this for right now, and is pertaining to the 4 buildings that are there. Might follow suit with the same ones, but right now, and it's worded so it pertains to the 4 that are constructed, and then there's 5 other buildings that'll, for the total project, so.
The total of 18 units, okay.
It's just a refresher, it was permitted as presumed to be a rental. They own it and rent it, but.
Anyone else have any other?
Pretty straightforward.
Okay,
So motion to review and approve condominium property owners association documents pursuant to J4A1. Vote to modify condition number 1 of site plan and special permit decision 2018-03 in order to sell the duplex units.
do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Anything else that we need to do for that?
Just gotta put them on record, you know? Give us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a good night.
You
Yep,
too.
you too.
We do
All
have a
right.
little more time. Do we want to try to do,
So,
we could do MacArthur. No, we told,
Do you want to wait? Well, we could. Do you want to wait for Franz?
so we have an option. You have time. We could take care of MacArthur Ave. And we might be able to communicate to him, depends on the discussion, that he doesn't need to be.
Do you want to just go
Well,
straight
why
to
don't we
Wright's
just-
Farm?
Yeah, we could just do
We'll do Wright's Farm too.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
but maybe we,
Let's do Wright's Farm first.
Yeah.
And then maybe we get to MacArthur, see how it goes.
we're gonna vote on the Wrights Farm
Okay,
street acceptance and.
okay. I'll move.
Okay.
You can't vote either, right?
No, I can't. So I'll move as well, so I'm
All right.
gonna pass the baton.
All right. How's everybody doing tonight?
We'll try to make this easy and hopefully,
All right, so we are discussing the Wright's Farm Road, the Preserve at Keeney Pond subdivision. There's been a request to recommend street acceptance at the 2023 annual town meeting and a request to reduce the existing bond from $11,730 to $0. So as of now, DPW has reviewed and approved. And if we decide to move forward, we would need to do so with regards to two motions.
so we'll do, so DPW's been very diligent, so they've already given you a recommendation letter, a little bit early, technically, because it's got to get referred back to you from the select board, but anyway, you have it, which is good. But for tonight, it's really the bond reduction, and then the road acceptance, it'll go on the warrant, and then it'll come back to you, so.
Okay.
But it is being recommended to be accepted, so.
Any questions from the board? All right, do you have any particular order you want these in?
Let's take care of the, no, not really, but.
All right, so I'm looking for a motion to recommend street acceptance of Wright's Farm Road at the Preserve at Keeney Pond subdivision for the 2023 annual town meeting.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and the vice chair votes aye as well. It's unanimous. Second motion, looking for a motion to reduce the bond from $11,730 to $0 for Wright's Farm Road at the Preserve at Keeney Pond subdivision.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. Thank you. Chad, John, welcome back. Missed you.
We could do meeting minutes next, Rich, or?
Yeah, meeting minutes are good. That's good.
Eric?
Make a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the meeting dated
January
January
10th,
10th?
2023.
January 10th, there it is, 2023, as printed.
So moved. Second.
Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
I'll abstain. I wasn't at the meeting.
That's right, yep. So that is unanimous, and John is abstained, so
All right.
unanimous that could vote. Okay. So the fire station is on there as an agenda item, but it's really just to sign the,
Just sign the plan. yeah.
sign the plan, just,
Which we don't have yet.
right. So Betsy will let us know when those are available, and we'll have to come in
Yep.
and sign those.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Rich, do you have some town planner updates? that
Oh, I
you
certainly do.
Excellent.
This is a great meeting
Do you
tonight.
want to, we got 15 minutes still.
All right. Well, let's go with, in order. I think that's the best way to go, right?
Sure, let's do it.
That's why I like to go out of order, but
Housing choice?
sure. So I included in your packet MBTA action plan.
Oh, jeez.
Uh-oh.
Who's that?
That's Betsy.
Sorry, can,
There we go.
No problem, Betsy.
you
We
muted.
got you
We
covered.
got you muted.
It's always the case. So in terms of the action plan, it's kind of an interesting term, honestly, an action plan. But anyway, that's what the MBTA has labeled it as regarding housing choice. So January 31st, each of the 175 MBTA communities who are subject to the new provisions of the zoning law in terms of one dense housing district, had to submit an action plan in terms of how they're going to go comply with the new provision in the zoning act. Doesn't mean you're gonna comply just at this point, but you need to kind of follow the steps. So for now, we submitted an action plan to say we're gonna look at, we have Horsley and Witten is gonna be looking at possible, a few different zoning options for the board to consider. They'll be coming before you between now and June, somewhere around that, to see where we're at. They're funded through a grant that we got, Horsley and Witten is the consultant. And then they're gonna give some guidance in terms of the other provisions for compliance, which is the inclusionary bylaw, the site plan reviews of other provisions within the statute for the board to consider. No action being taken at this point. We'll see what those recommendations are, and then we'll go from there. But so this really kind of lays out the steps that were needed. Ultimate compliance deadline is December 31st, 2024.
Okay.
All right. So we'll be working with Horsley and Witten. We'll talk about some of the topics. We'll have public meetings. At the first end of it will really be more workshop through the board, not necessarily public meetings, but there will be a public meeting piece, but not yet. Once you go over the materials, we'll see where we go from there. So that's what the action plan. Of the 175 communities, only 6 of them didn't submit an action plan. So essentially, what does that mean right now? It means that if we were to try to apply for a housing choice grant, we would be eligible. If we want to apply for MassWorks grant, we would still be eligible for FY24. We're not doing any of those things at the moment, but nevertheless, we will be eligible. So that'll be our first step. So that plan's been submitted. So that's as far as I have. If there's any questions regarding that.
What's the process on deciding which area is going to be used for this multi?
So they're gonna look at, just overview, it's the half-mile radius of the
Yeah.
commuter rail station. Although they do allow, which is 50 acres in size, for our community, we can have 20 of that 50 acres can be another suitable location outside that half-mile radius.
Oh,
So-
interesting.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to all be here within the center.
Well, that makes it a lot more doable then.
Right, so they're gonna present some options for the board.
I'm assuming they're not going to use the B1 core as part of this plan.
They've been directed not to use the B1
But,
core.
I mean, the final decision comes from the planning board, correct?
Comes from the planning board, which then goes to town meeting, and ultimately town meeting
No,
has
I
to,
understand.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
yeah,
understand.
so,
Well, that's
Um,
interesting, because Route 1A is also an area where we could put some of that in and not, bulk up the center area of the town.
correct, yep.
That's good news.
Yep, so that's some of the options to consider. When we dig into it, one of the things I want to, haven't been able to ask them, I asked the questions, but they haven't provided the answers, is, we have the inclusionary bylaw provision, which requires up to 20%, when you scale up a project for our existing bylaw, that is. To have it that high, you have to provide a financial analysis to say that that's feasible to produce housing with that higher level of inclusionary housing. So that's my question to them, which I haven't got the answer, is, could you have a different provision which would meet the bylaw, meet the provision for housing choice, and have a different requirement for outside, you know what I mean?
My question.
So I don't have an answer to that, so that's one of the questions I pose, because otherwise, if we want to retain that 20%, we're going to have to demonstrate that that's financially feasible, that high inclusionary number, so.
Yeah.
But we'll get into that when, those are the things we'll be talking about when we get into it, so. So anyway, that's the housing choice. The next item on the updates is the
Wastewater?
wastewater master plan for town center. So there are some good news, bad news, I guess. Depends how you look at it. So, bad news first, good news first?
Bad news first.
Bad news first, all right. So the bad news is that we had, or at least I had requested to have the design, engineering, and permit be funded through ARPA money. That hasn't been the recommendation. There are other projects, there's quite a few projects the town is trying to seek funding of. That did not make the cut in terms of town of Norfolk projects to utilize that money. So that means that we'd have to look for other sources, grant sources, otherwise.
How much are you asking for the selectmen?
It was 700,000. So it's a significant number.
So,
And the reason why we went that route initially was that it was money that we really, through the pandemic, that money became available to many cities and towns. But it allowed us to use money that, it's almost like found money, so to speak. I know you may not look at it that way, but in some ways it is. As opposed to trying to ask the town of Norfolk to put up that kind of money. Because if the project went all the way through and was fully supported by the town residents, you could reimburse it back as through the betterment process to recover that money. But if it doesn't get approved, the town's out that money, and that's an enormous risk, right? So that's, and I've always gone forward with this concept of this idea was that it's got to be supported. So it's not a risky endeavor. So anyway, we'll have to look. And why I say we'll have to see is if housing choice does get supported by the town of Norfolk, there are pots of money that could be a gateway for design money. So
how can housing choice not be accepted by the town? Well, if we don't accept it, we lose all our grants. How can they possibly not accept housing choice?
well, the town could decide not to do it.
I guess they could.
Right, so-
I guess they could.
Yeah, it's the will of the voters, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah. But so as we kind of move along with housing choice, those are the things we'll be talking about. There are choices like in life, right? So we'll have to see. But that is one. So that's the bad news.
So bad.
You know, the good news is, though, it looks highly supportable to be able to put a groundwater discharge on the recreation side of the property behind the Freedman Kennedy, not the conservation piece.
Okay.
So that's good news. We're going to do some further studies that we have with the earmark money that we have to move it as far as we can, which is to do some more groundwater monitoring, establish the high groundwater level. So we're going to move as much as we can right now in terms of what we have to move this ball forward to get the information. So that's the good news. The ground penetrating radar that they got came back that there is good separation between the high groundwater and even the bedrock layer too, which is really.
Planning board, yep.
It is, you're in the right place.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yep, that's right.
No.
So that's the good news.
Good.
And a somewhat related note, in terms of the existing wastewater treatment plant, you know, the legislation was approved, the home rule petition came back from the state, so that's in place. What was recommended from the select board was to use ARPA money to apply for unused capacity permit from DEP. So to use what's actual flowing into the plant and get a higher flow rate. So that is being funded to do that. So for example, like the condominiums they're not actually flowing in terms of into the plant. Their actual usage is much less. So we want to be able to try to use that delta for additional sewer capacity.
How does that work out with the initial contract when that was developed with Stop and Shop and the other owner? Because they, in theory, have rights to all the gallonage on that site.
So with the new sewer district in place, those are all wiped out?
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's a,
Stop and Shop will be happy.
We do have. And so, but how do you, so the select board will, one, need to set, they will be the sewer commissioners, so they'll need to set up, fees, standards, because there is potential capacity, because it's not all being utilized,
Right.
to connect to the system. So that's something that we'll be working on with everyone over the next 6 months.
Okay.
Because as of my understanding is July 1st, it's going to be enterprise system, so they got to figure that all out, so.
Oh, okay.
So there's quite a bit of,
Well, that's good news.
yeah.
That's-
Yeah. And as you know, there are property owners that want to connect to the sewer system, so we'll have to go forward and figure it out. So that's good and bad, but.
No, it's, right. So the site that was selected for the second sewer system in town seems to be a really good, viable site. You got still some money left over to move it forward as far as you can. And then we just need to find a way to get the funding for the design.
And further, in terms of the large plant, I would say,
Funding for
Based-
building it.
yeah, right, fund to build it. But based on the fire department plan, site plan, the whole, I know they had said, hey, we have some spots on that property, but in practical terms, it's not really going to be a viable location, so,
For that piece of it, yeah.
for that piece of it, so.
That's correct.
Because,
For the pump,
yeah, for the tanks and the pump house and all that, I mean, the practical thing is the reserve spot, and that's fine, I fully understood that from the beginning, so it's not a critique, a critical critique, but a practical critique, like we want to put it next to that one resident, that there's a buffer, you know what I mean? So we'll have to figure that out, but it's fine.
Cross that bridge when.
Yeah, we'll cross the bridge to come, that wasn't, to me, it was never a fatal, issue, so, but,
Fine. Okay.
look at that, now,
We still got
So close,
a minute.
so
Minute.
close.
Can you do
are your
the
updates done?
Southwood and,
yeah, Southwood, I can do a minute on Southwood, yes. So, MAPC has been diligent working on the development scenarios. They've got some preliminary results I'm going to take a look at, so we'll need to schedule a community meeting to go over those findings. So we'll have to look at we will probably do like we did last time. We did a hybrid meeting. So people can come and we can do it virtually. So I have to look at the March. You want to look at you don't need to do it tonight necessarily, but start looking at the March calendar. I think it'd be good to get it.
yeah, maybe get with MAPC, get
Yeah,
some
I'll figure out
dates,
some, yeah.
and send over some dates.
Yeah. And then we'll use our good friends at Norfolk Community Page.
Yep.
Spread the word once we have the word, what date it'll be.
Good.
All right, that was awesome. So, 1, 2.
That it on Southwood then?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Any other town planner updates? I think,
I think we've covered the.
okay.
Good job.
Excellent. So now we are circling back to our 7:30 appointment for master plan steering interviews.
So we should have we have 2 people in the room,
We do.
and then we have people on Zoom.
Okay.
Hey, Rich, I got a question.
Yeah.
It appears we have nobody from precinct 2, and we have 4 from precinct 3.
Right.
Could one person from precinct 3 fill the void for precinct 2?
Well, I think the great thing about the master plan is that Josh is online too. We have a role for everybody, actually. So,
Oh, good.
yeah. So we have these, it's kind of this wonderful term, I guess Josh called them ambassadors, master plan ambassadors. So they could be part of the process and participate, and necessarily wouldn't be a precinct participant, but they would be. And in fact, they would get credit in the end. So ambassadors will get credit for their work of participating in the master plan. So we intend to not turn anybody away. we're gonna make it so they all are involved. I don't want,
Ambassadors also get a waiver if they commit any crimes in the jurisdiction that they're ambassading for.
wow.
Watch
Yeah,
CNN.
maybe that too. So, but now, you sent me an email. Did that person, was she from precinct 2?
Precinct 2, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Not sure.
We're a little, as you know, we're a little overloaded in precinct 3.
Yep.
But again, we're gonna have some, we'll figure it all, everybody's coming to the,
Okay.
unless they decide I don't wanna do it, that's their free choice and will, right?
Right,
But
so tonight
otherwise,
we're-
we're not turning anybody away.
Right, so tonight we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 interviews. You have 7 on the list, but one person could.
Correct, yes.
So we have 6 interviews, and I guess just to kind of set the stage, and I'll let Josh have a couple minutes as well here if he wants to, but, you know, the goal here is we just want to hear from you why you're interested in being part of the master plan and being on the steering committee. Try and keep it to, say, 2 minutes, and then we'll try and keep our questions brief, but, you know, I'm also we'll see how it goes. I mean, we might dive deep into something, but we'll try and keep it brief as much as possible. Josh, did you have anything else to add?
I guess I can just add that we're excited to have the committee be formed up. So thank you, board, for taking this on, and thank you, candidates, for putting your interest forth. And the committee is very important to the process, so we'll be engaging with the committee on about a monthly basis, checking in with you all before we go to community forums, for example, talking about details of both the outreach and engagement of the process and the content of the process. So it's a very important role to be taken seriously, for sure, but MAPC will be here to facilitate and guide the process and really lead the content development. So not too heavy of a lift, but it's definitely important in terms of guiding us and how we can best create the master plan on behalf of the town. It's your master plan, not ours.
Great, thank you, Josh. So we will get started. The first one we haven't, this is in my understanding, no particular order.
Not in particular, no.
So, but we'll just go down the list. So the first one on the list we have is Aaron Hunt. He's in the room. He's gonna speak. So I guess if you can just state your name, your address, and then just why you're interested in being part of the steering committee.
Sure. Aaron Hunt, 266 Main. I have been involved with the town for a number of years in a number of different varieties, the planning board included. Most recently, the fire station building committee. With the responsibilities of the fire station building committee, I'll loosely use the words winding down. I'm looking for the next committee to be involved with. This is on the list. So, by background, I'm an architect. And that's the generalities.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
None.
Okay. Board, do we have any questions for Aaron?
Mr. Hunt, do you see any alignment in your prior work with the B1 zoning committee and the master plan?
That's a good question, and I should probably also state that I'm on the design review board as well. Yes, certainly. Well, not only the B1 zoning committee, but also the Southwood planning committee that I was on for a while too. So there's certainly a lot of history of discussions related to a number of different items for the town. And ideally, we're not reinventing the wheel.
Thanks. Okay. Rich, do you have any questions for Mr. Hunt?
I didn't plan, I'm just listening to you.
Okay.
What, if anything, would you like to see most in the master plan included in there?
Well, I think the master plan itself, it sounds a little wise, but I think as most of us know, the current master plan we have is over 10 years old at this point. I think the world has changed quite a bit in those 10 years. And I think conversations related to both Southwood and the B1 zoning committee have identified some items in town related to zoning regulations and whatnot that could use some updates to encourage a different variety of things in town. So I think an open conversation and some updates is long overdue.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It was a little too easy having Aaron be the first one.
Well, helps for
So which person wasn't able to make it?
John,
Emmett.
Emmett? Okay.
Emmett.
Okay. So then the next one we have is Charles
is not here.
Iannacona. I don't see him on Zoom unless he's called in on that.
Oh, the phone line.
Phone line.
That's Riley. Oh, no, that's the other one. No, that's a number.
Yeah, there's a phone number that called in.
So,
Well, we have Jen in the audience, right?
Yes.
So, I mean,
Let's just go, yeah.
I always defer to input.
I agree. That sounds great, Mr. Jen.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Jen Pittori. I live at 29 Ridge Road. I've been a resident of Norfolk now for a little over 3 years. Grew up in Medfield. I have 2 young children, and we're enjoying being here. I work full-time as a commercial property manager, have been for about 15 years, and prior to that was in residential real estate and property management. So very interested in getting involved in the town. We love it. And I think with my background, I could probably be somewhat useful in some area. So that's me.
Excellent.
What interested you most about Norfolk when you were deciding to move here?
Well, like I said, I grew up in Medfield. My parents are still there. So I was trying to get closer to them. Coming to the open houses in Norfolk, we really kind of loved it. I didn't know too much about it growing up, but kind of driving around and going to the open houses, we really loved it. We missed out on a lot of houses. We did a lot of bids, but we finally got here and we love it. So it's been great.
Great. I don't have any other questions. Is there anyone else?
I think I do, because you're one of the precinct 3s, and there's a lot of them. There's definitely no wrong answer, but I think, so working on a project like this, there's a limited amount of spots for at least the full member spots. And then ambassadors are also very important, but as far as like being involved and being able to make the decisions, the spots are limited. So I think we're gonna need like diversity of thought, really, to make sure that we are able to get kind of the voices of everybody around Norfolk. There's different, I would say, themes, kind of high-level themes. There's people that want Norfolk to stay sleepy and small and never grow again and have no more, like no new houses, no business. And then there's the people, like some of my friends would say we would love to have more small businesses. And, obviously if we wanted Franklin, we would have moved to Franklin, but maybe just a little more like date night restaurant or little shops and stuff. I'm just curious, the future of Norfolk to you, like what would you love it to be? Because the master plan would be, is it typically a 10-year plan? So if you could have your ideal future of Norfolk, what would it be? And again, no wrong answer.
Right.
I just think we need to have a lot of different answers and
Right.
have those people contribute.
I mean, I think my honest answer would be somewhere in the middle of those 2 extremes. So, like, not extremes, but I definitely think growth, bringing some business in. There is a lot of housing, but maybe some more amenities for residents, but not too much. I think that's what people love about the town too, is that it's quaint, somewhat quiet, safe, things like that. So yeah, I would say in between.
Okay.
Okay. Eric, you look like you were going to ask.
There was some, Josh, what was the complete timeframe for the expected completion on master plan?
It's about a year, so just after the beginning of 2024, we would be expecting to wrap the process.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess I thought it was even longer. but
We can make it as long as we'd like, but we'll try to keep it
I
efficient.
think it's going to be about 12 to at most 18 months, but probably more around the 12 to 14.
I try to answer the question this way sometimes. I'll chime in a little bit. So we have volunteers, so we need to kind of work around volunteer schedules so that it may elongate a little bit, but I believe we like to try to keep it concise or keep it tight too, so you're not at this forever, right? So, but again, we might take a break a little bit. It depends what things are going on, right? So we know like the summer is not, we might pause a little bit sometimes during the summer because, but we might keep going. So it depends.
Jenny, you familiar with any of the issues that Norfolk has? Do you watch any of the meetings or get involved? For example, we have a Southwood issue. We have a tax issue. You probably know if you have a tax bill. And a nice tool in this whole thing, I don't know if anybody has done it yet, the housing production plan that was just completed, that goes over a lot of the demographics for the town. And it talks about things that the town is in need of, for example, apartments, senior housing, things like that. So I think anybody that's going to be on the master plan committee should at least have a general idea of when they did the whole study on the town and what it may be lacking. It might be a nice idea to know that, so as you contribute and you try to decide which areas may fit for this or that, to know that water's an issue in the town, that there's a minimal amount of excess water. So I think that might be a big help to anybody actually coming on the committee, so they know what's what. So you can, I don't think the thing is to just give us your idea of what the town should be in 10, 20 years. I think more importantly, to come to a consensus with other people's ideas and people with different visions that come together and come up with a consensus of what might be best moving forward. But what you really need to have a consensus before you can move forward, you really have to know where you are right now. And as I said, that housing production plan, I think, is pretty decent as far as what the town may be needing. So free advice, if you want to pick that up, or Aaron, anybody who ever may have already read it, pick it up and take a look at that. It's pretty insightful what the town needs.
And is it all accessible on the town?
It is, yeah.
I don't think it's pretty easy reading, so you might find it interesting.
Yeah, it is actually a pretty good read.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. That's it.
Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Do you see,
I do not see Charles on there unless he's the one who called in with the phone number.
How about we have the phone number identify themselves?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Do that legally? Who are you? Or just move to.
Or we'll just move to Dan.
is Dan, I can't see over there, is Dan on there?
And we've got Joe Burke on the
All
line.
right, I see Joe, so.
Let's do Joe? Yep.
Do Joe.
Joe's waving us out. All right.
There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Technology works every once in a while. My name is Joe Burke. I've been a resident in Norfolk since 1985, living at 3 Lantern Lane in the Lafayette Estates area of town. My wife and I, Jean, have raised 2 kids here. They are now adults and have grown up and moved away. And we are both retired residents of Norfolk and plan on staying long term. So one of my interests in bringing something to the Planning Committee is representing the retired point of view. We plan on staying homeowners here, even though we'll be approaching 40 years at our address in another 2 years. Background, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Temple University in Philadelphia, and I've been a corporate officer for several high-tech organizations in Massachusetts, starting with Prime Computer and Natick in 1985.
That's my era.
Awesome. curious, what was your position on the new fire station?
To be blunt, my wife and I both voted for it. We think it needs to be done. A town needs to continue its resources. 10 years ago, you could buy a full-size sedan for $20,000 to $24,000. The same vehicle today costs $10,000 to $15,000 more. That kind of math has to apply to major purchases for a town like fire engines, police vehicles, buildings, and construction costs. We have to keep up.
Awesome, thank you.
Speaking of demographics, I'm not asking a question, just a comment. That is a growing demographic in Norfolk,
Absolutely.
and it's a really important group in terms of people who
The race is hot for District 3.
who want to continue to stay in Norfolk as well.
Yeah.
So
That's a great point. Absolutely. Any other questions from the board?
No questions for me.
From a retiree perspective, what would you say is lacking in Norfolk?
That's a difficult question to answer, first because I've retired only recently. Despite being 70, I kind of stayed on longer than many do because I had the opportunity to. So most of my time has been using retirement hours, kind of split between things we're doing to our Norfolk house now that we are empty nesters, and experiencing more time in town, and also with our house in Wellfleet, which we've had for 30 years, going on 32 years now. Wellfleet actually was the town that kind of woke me up for long-term planning, because in Wellfleet, we are considered non-resident owners, which means when we fill out that census form once a year and we check our boxes, we say we are residents of Norfolk and we are not residents of Wellfleet. In Wellfleet, they actually remove voting rights from people who are considered non-resident owners, even though we pay the same taxes as everyone else. And supposedly, according to law, you're supposed to have equal representation. So we've been involved in the non-residents organization there for a long period of time, and Wellfleet is facing some major challenges. So when I looked at them and then brought that awareness back to Norfolk, I started looking at the acquisitions, the land acquisitions that Norfolk's been making over the past decade. I've been looking at the valuation placed on real estate in the town of Norfolk. I've been looking at major projects like the fire station, which we agree needed to happen. And it's obvious that this is a nonstop ongoing process, and it needs multiple points of view.
Awesome. No more questions.
Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
see Micah.
So we have either Micah, Dan, or Charles.
Dan on the line?
Okay.
Charles is here.
Well, let's do Dan.
Long-time listener.
Can you guys hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. So name's Dan Fiok. My wife and I moved to Norfolk in November of 2019. Just 10 to 12 days ago now, we welcomed our second son into the world. So we are loving Norfolk and here for the long haul. I live in 10 Old Cart Path off of Stop River. So my background is I'm in commercial real estate finance. I work for M&T Bank and finance every type of real estate, really all over the country and throughout New England. So I think for me, that interests me just because I see everything from, industrial use, which I know the hospital site is potentially geared for that use. I see lifestyle retail, I see senior housing, I see traditional multifamily apartments, all that sort of stuff. and I finance it really everywhere. So I think that it, helps, gives me a little bit of a unique perspective just on certain types of projects. And I see a lot of my clients that work with communities and solve sort of unique issues. I think it's a little bit of my background, and again, just being here with a young family, plan on being here until, after our kids are in college, which we've got a ways to go here. So I would like to try to help out as best I could.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Any questions from?
It's your turn. I've been spitting them out.
You've been doing a fantastic job. So you've been here a couple years. So what do you feel the town is lacking? And I guess what are kind of some of the pros and cons that you see from this?
So what drew me to Norfolk is I grew up in Western Pennsylvania, and it feels a lot like Western Pennsylvania, like a lot of woods and all that sort of stuff, which is why we like it and enjoy it here. I think, you look at the downtown area, and I think you can do a lot with that part of the town that would kind of blend, people having maybe some more amenities, maybe a few restaurants, bars, small markets, something along those lines, while not bringing in, big sort of box retail or anything like that. I don't think that that's really what Norfolk is necessarily geared towards. So I think, something along those lines, maybe not having to drive 15 or 20 minutes to a grocery store is like one thing, but I don't, I think that that's just sort of a piece of it. I think there's a lot of other things here that are great. A lot of like the Four Kicks, for example, is we're starting to look into all that stuff with young kids, and obviously we take advantage of all the trails and parks and recreation, and that's something that's very, very important to maintain. That's one of the reasons why we moved here. So I think it's maybe just doing a little bit in an area that's kind of already geared towards that, and then preserving other parts of the town, while also again needing new amenities, whether it's senior housing or more affordable housing.
Great. Anyone else?
No.
Well, thank you, Dan. Appreciate your interest.
Sure.
Thanks.
So,
You said Micah?
do we have Micah or Charles? I don't see
either one.
either one.
About Emmett.
Emmett
is not able to come.
Emmett, yeah, Emmett mentioned to Rich he wouldn't be available this evening.
So then, sounds like you interviewed everybody who...
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Excellent.
We interviewed everyone that's available. Yep.
All right.
So do we need to vote, or?
I think it would be, it would be good. That way we can at least get a vote and fill the...
And so the way I'm seeing it is we have to vote for, who's the primary for District 1, the primary for District 3. And
Yes.
We don't, and then Micah was the only one for 4, and we don't have anybody for 2
So we
yet.
have 4 people that we need positions for districts, for each
Yes.
district? And how many people did we interview tonight? 4?
4.
So from my standing, the ones that didn't let us know that they weren't coming and didn't show, they wouldn't be a great prospective person in my town where they didn't give us the courtesy of a call. So, did we choose amongst the 4 people that made an effort to come in and be interviewed? Even though the districts don't line up?
We can, I think, we can do
I mean,
that.
this
So we
is
make
not
some
a-
of them at large?
This is kind of a 2-year process, multiple meetings.
Yeah.
I mean, this, to me, if you haven't made the commitment
I agree
initially
with you.
without a call, then why are we going to deliberate?
Precincts aside, to John's point, I think this is a pretty well-rounded group.
Yes, I like
I
the
also
older
appreciate nobody got up here and demanded a grocery store sidewalks. That's very much appreciated. But yeah, it's pretty well-rounded.
I think,
Yeah.
the senior, the fellow my age, the young people that have just got here, the middle-aged folks, excuse me, Aaron. Almost middle-aged.
And we have a
Right.
diversity of professional careers.
Exactly, yeah,
so.
I think for the 4 that shows up, they would be my choice if you could work out the semantics on the district thing.
I agree, and I also love that we have commercial finance guru here. I think that would be helpful as well.
Yeah, the diversity of roles and experience throughout life is definitely beneficial.
Well, having, not too long ago on the B1 committee, we made a request for volunteers, and we had to be agile and adapt, sorry. And
A lot of our boards, like conservation, whatever, you could have a person not even on the
the
board.
attempt was to try to
Either
have
you're
somebody
up to
from
a different committee.
each precinct.
Correct.
But this is a committee of.
I don't want to turn, I think what John's saying is,
But there
we
can
don't want
be
to turn someone away that's here this evening just
Oh, yeah.
because we have two people from the same precinct.
I'm along with the way to say I agree with John's
Right.
opinion. What I was going to say is that the people who didn't show up, I could reach out to them, say, if you're still interested, you could serve as an ambassador.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
There's also other people too, when I was reaching out, trying to find somebody in District 2, and, there's some other people that I had chatted with that probably can't commit to the once a month structured meeting, but did say that they would love to be ambassadors and come to meetings sometimes, or we reach out when we need more help. And those are people that actually are, for sure, there's 2 in District 2, which we don't have right here.
Yeah, all right.
So maybe we can round it out that way.
People that showed up tonight, and
Yes.
then the other
Think so.
people that want to contribute, super, let them be, sort of show up when they can.
Sure.
So, do we need to make a motion?
Yeah, that would be great, that way, because the plan is to,
So motion to appoint Aaron Hunt, Dan Fayok, Joe Burke, and Jen Petore to the Master Plan Committee,
Second.
Steering Committee.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Unanimous. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All done. Thanks.
Thank you guys for showing up.
Yeah,
Absolutely, 100%.
yes, thank you.
we really look forward to working with you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Do we
So-
want to do a motion for the remainder to have them be volunteer ambassadors, or do we
think
want
so.
to ask them?
Let's ask them first.
First.
Yeah, because they won't have a vote anyway.
And then, so I guess just for logistics, Rich, you'll be in touch with them.
I will, yes.
And, between Rich and Josh, we'll be in touch with what the next steps are.
I think we were planning, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, for the March 14th?
Yes, that's correct. I wanted to say that while everyone is still present, that we do hope to have the next, or I guess the inaugural steering committee meeting scheduled for the next planning board's meeting, which is March 14th, which would be great to keep us rolling, and we appreciate that if that's possible.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Great.
Forward to working with everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good
You
night.
too.
Hey.
They should break up the organizational structure of the interview process.
No,
No.
well, you gotta take advantage of what we have.
Exactly.
No, it made absolute
And I
sense.
think that's a great group.
Yeah, I do so.
It's a really good mix. I love it.
We'll definitely have more people from other districts that want to jump in here and there.
Yep. Okay. All right. So I think we're done with that 7:30 appointment.
MacArthur Ave.
So we are on
Do you want to?
Planning board?
meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Curious on like signage and all that, you guys already do that?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Yeah.
No.
Can I have a seat?
Yeah, have a seat. Yep.
So,
He's not here
Thank you,
yet.
Joe.
so I got a text from Franz Burke from MacArthur Ave. He'll be here about 8:30.
Okay, so MacArthur Ave will be at 8:30?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so the next would then be bylaws, so, right?
That's right, yes. Next is
So-
bylaws, so we're going to work on the,
The needles to put in my eye.
The E-code.
So, as you probably, I guess I'll give a quick overview on these bylaws first. So as you saw, the E-code is live.
Yep.
So that's fantastic, right, Rich? E-code's live, we got that up.
yes.
It is.
So that's great. And so kind of here's the logistics. We've got the sign bylaw, and we have 3 use table bylaws that we're going to be going through tonight. The deadline for the warrant is February 24th, so we, hopefully we can get to a point where we are comfortable to endorse and approve these tonight to submit to the select board. If not, we'd have to have a special meeting next week. But just not trying to threaten anything. I'm just saying, that's our deadline. That's our deadline. Otherwise, we have to
Threatening Rich's Vale vacation.
Otherwise, we have to kick the can down the road till fall.
We don't want.
No. There's an option.
There's another option?
There's always
Oh.
options. I'm going to always give you options.
All right. So
File an extension with the select board?
No, you could put a placeholder, just,
we could put a placeholder. Okay.
you know, there's a
Okay.
place.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, and then we have, the goal would then be to do a preview meeting with advisory before our next planning board meeting.
Right.
So sometime over the next 4 weeks, do a preview meeting. So didn't want to schedule anything with advisory until we got through this tonight.
Yep.
Then we have on our agenda a public hearing on the 14th. So that's our next planning board meeting, would be the 14th to do the public hearing. And then after the public hearing, we'd meet again with advisory, kind of have that final official meeting with advisory just to address all their concerns at that meeting. And then we have our town meeting in May 17th. So that's kind of the overview. So I figured we should, my thought was to do the sign bylaw first, since we did that at our last meeting, and I think the updates to it are pretty minor. It's just really just cleanup from our last meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
So, so Betsy, if
That's
you
everything.
could put that on the screen.
I know part of it was around the sandwich boards. Where did we end up with that?
We changed some sizes, and so I think Betsy's got a markup with some strike-through language and bold, new language that's in bold.
Okay.
With those winds the other week, I was thinking we should mandate like a minimum of 200-pound weights in the bottom of them so they don't
Fly off into traffic.
fly away into cars.
The wind was crazy.
My basketball hoop went down.
Really?
Yeah. Hole in the ground basketball hoop.
Holy smokes.
Oh my gosh.
But my truck was parked next to it too. I was like, how did that just go straight down and not into my truck and then down?
Lucky.
Good.
You got lucky.
Holy smokes.
What are you saying, we're not in Kansas anymore?
Apparently not.
Just very windy.
No, I know.
So I think it's this, so it's in our packet.
Yep, I'm just pulling it up now too.
Terminally illuminated signs may be allowed by special permit through the planning board. There may be one inner and outer C1, C1A, C1B.
It is up on the.
Okay.
There it is.
So as we now have on the screen, which should also be on Zoom, and then we have our, same thing in our packet, we have the strike-through language on special permit there is as an exception. Then number 2's got some new language, which we talked about last time. And then same thing with 3 and 4. Those were added, or 4 was added, but 3 was modified. And then renumbering for 5, 6, 7, and so forth. Number 12. So number 12, we did add the language to through the planning board is going to be handling the special permit. Number 19, we changed SPGA to planning board in 2 locations. And
That's on the next page.
yeah, then on page 3, there was a subsection C. I think that was that C supposed to be bold? Was that wasn't new, was it? So that needs to get changed. Yeah, on
Hold on.
page 3 on the table.
Each.
Oh, next to advertising.
Yeah, next to advertising.
Oh, no, that shouldn't be.
I don't think that's supposed to be bold, so that's a mistake. We'll get cleaned up. All right, so then the bulk of the new stuff, so Betsy, if you could scroll down to, on the table, number 9. So
Skipping over illumination, huh?
I did?
Oh, you're not, oh, well, no. Are you going to talk in more detail on the internal illumination or no?
Which,
Up top?
Number 2?
Yeah, number 2.
On number 2. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, I'm sorry. Okay. No, I wasn't intentionally skipping it. It's just we had the conversation a month ago, but that's fine. Okay.
Oh,
So-
all right. I'm
So
sorry.
item number 2, the new language is internally illuminated signs may be allowed by special permit through the planning board in the B1 inner and outer, C1, C1A, C1B, C1C, C4, and C6 zoning districts. Then we also do have the strike through that says no internally illuminated signs because we're adding illumination.
Correct, yep.
And we also put a strike through on the no projecting signs allowed because we are now going to allow projected signs.
Yep.
So, and that's something we had discussed at a previous meeting. We were, so everybody's comfortable with that new language? Okay.
Yes.
So then number 3 is all new. No sign shall obstruct or interfere with traffic or by reason of its size, placement, or words such as stop, danger, go slow, caution, or warning, create confusion, or obstruct any official traffic signs or signals. No sign shall violate section 310-5.2E of this bylaw requiring visual corner clearance.
I have a question about 4.
Okay.
Why are we calling it out special if we can just bury it with number 2?
Add internally illuminated with projecting and just have them in the same one?
Yeah.
Hey, good catch.
I mean, we're removing the language for not
But I
having
don't think,
projected signs.
no, actually, no, I'm just thinking about, the intent was to make projecting the signs by special permit, right? Or was it?
Yes, so that would be the ones, like the cafe signs where you have like the metal,
Coffee cup.
That's existing.
yeah,
Just
where it
moving
comes
down
out
the
from the
section.
building and then the sign is perpendicular to the building.
So.
But we're saying we're allowing internally illuminated signs by a
Change
special
there, so
permit,
should that-
and then we
that
have a separate note saying we're also allowing projecting signs by special permit.
Yes, so that might not matter for this document, but I think when we put it into the articles, we might want to separate it, just in case the projecting gets
Let's just-
approved,
let's
but
just go
the
back to
internally
local for a
illuminated
second.
doesn't,
Yeah.
so that it's not all or nothing.
So that's if we're doing it as separate amendments.
This is all going in as
This is all one, yeah.
one warrant artical.
This is going in one.
Yeah, this is all just one.
Because if one thing fails, then like the whole thing's kind of
Right.
not going to work.
Is it possible to do it in 2?
Well, that would be something that advisory.
We could talk to them about.
We could recommend it to select board and they could choose to either bundle it or not.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the way it is now with 2 and 4?
Well, I think what Chris is saying, can we take what's in 4 and put it in 2? I personally like having it split out because 2 talks about the illumination, 3 talks about no interference or obstruction,
Yeah,
and
I
then
do too.
4
They're different types of
4
signs.
talks about projecting because
You
it's
know-
a different
Types of
type.
signs.
What you learn as you go through some of this stuff, and I learned the hard way in a few things, the more detailed and explicit you lay it out, the better for misinterpretation down the road.
Well, I think
So-
we're screwing the pooch on all 3 of these, to be honest with you. I think number 2, we're saying this is what we're allowing by special permit, and then we go into a list of no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. And then in 3, we go into further, no, you can't do this, and no, you can't do that. And then we're following it up with, yes, you can do this, though. So I think it's
You're
all
saying it's
confusing.
an order of
It's the
operations.
order, yeah.
I think 2 and 4, we need to include, and then pull out more of that language from 2 and put that in with 3.
So you want a yes, yes, then no, 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 no.
Right. This is good, this is bad. Not, this is
So you
good,
want-
this is bad, this is bad, this is good. It's confusing.
And then you gotta line it up with the table.
So you want to
No, I agree with
you want
you.
to flip flop 3 and 4.
Not just flip-flop it, but I think 4 needs to go into 2, and then we have to take some of that language from 2 and put it into 3.
So I feel like the projecting sign should be its own, because it is separate. It's not, internally illuminated is separate,
I
in my
see what you're
opinion. But I think we should flip-flop the others so that it's a, yes, you can, by the way, you cannot have this.
So if 2 is internally illuminated and 3 is projecting signs and then 4 is no, all the no's.
All the no's. Yeah, that works.
Is that
Well, we
is that
can,
in line with?
I think
add separate-
yes, no, yes is confusing. If
Yeah.
it's, here's everything you can do, business owner, and then here are the things you can't do. I feel like that's the typical order that you'd see it in.
Okay.
By the way, Jen, do you want a copy of this to see?
So, point taken, before we go there, so, is that what you did want, projecting signs by special permit? It wasn't a by right? I thought they were gonna be by right.
I don't remember it being by right. I remember us, crawling, walking, then running with the signage. And so I think we were trying to gatekeep with the special permit as much as we could for the time being.
All right.
And if it was, problematic, that's when we were like, all right, let's find a way out of that because we've got, tons of people coming in here and applying for those.
When you're starting off a whole new venture, adding all new components to the sign section, I think special permit control is a big help to start because it'll eliminate a lot of things that make the board look sour if some of these projected signs aren't nearly what you think they're going to be. So I think special permit starting off is a great idea.
The other thing, John, that I don't think I had a chance to talk to you about, we talked about doing, so in Bob Bullock's part of the website, he has, design guidelines and frameworks, and we're gonna create a document that accompanies the bylaws to say, with the graphics of what the signs look like, and we can also put in there, what our criteria is for approving, and I think that would probably make the residents feel a lot more comfortable knowing that there's some control.
Yeah, there's nothing like seeing something visually to let them know whether they want that or not. So, yeah, I think that's a great idea.
So, started on an internally illuminated projecting sign.
Okay.
So what we'll do is, we'll keep it as we'll renumber it, obviously.
Well, so what Chris is saying is all the no's that are under 2. So you got the new stuff that's bold, right?
Yeah.
But then below it's all no, 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 in 2.
Yeah.
Take that, put it at the end of 3.
But then you're going to show.
I think, so 3 technically is already, well, not technically it is, it's already an existing requirement.
So that actually shouldn't be bold.
Yeah.
It's actually,
Oh.
number 3 is actually existing
Already in the
our
bylaws?
Okay.
Well, that's fine. We can just add to it.
Yeah, if we strike through all the no's in 2 and add them to 3, make 3 4, and then 4 becomes 3, then that's consistent, where it's a new thing and then a new thing, and then the strike through, the new thing with the strike through was 2, and then the next new thing, and then it would be the new nose plus the existing nose combined into one giant nose.
Well,
Or we can.
Here's this.
Internally illuminated and projecting signs may be allowed by special permit.
Does anybody have Advil?
When you look through,
Why don't we do this? Let me propose this to you. So 2 is internally illuminated signs.
Yep.
Yep. Are you striking through the no sign stuff?
I'll get to it, and then behind that, the next one will be projecting signs, because that is a sign type.
exactly, yeah.
So it's different than internally illuminated.
So it really should be its own art.
So if
Should it though? I mean, do we want to get to that point? Do we have one that's saying sandwich boards is a separate sign type as well?
We
And
do.
that they're allowed?
Yes. We do.
So then should we move that underneath? That way you have a section that just tells you all the different sign types
We could,
that are allowed? 'Cause then we're running into that whole table of allowable use crap again, where we're having to go through this entire section to see what is allowed and what isn't allowed, and where it's allowed and where it's not allowed. So, we have an opportunity now to consolidate, let's do it.
some consolidation is good.
And I apologize for not calling it out previously, but it didn't stand out to me.
No, that's what we're doing. That's
So
why
all
we're-
of the no's in number 2 would be applicable to the projected signs in number 4?
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean,
You wouldn't want them flashing.
it's either a flat sign or it's a sign that comes out. I mean, you got to treat them both the same. And then we go into the, the various things about all of the signs that we either will allow or don't allow. And then
Where's the sandwich board one?
It's in the table.
It's in the table.
It's the last, number 10 on the table.
See, that one doesn't even get its own number next to it.
I know, right? Sandwich boards are number 10 on the table. Next page.
Take internally illuminated signs, that sentence there, and put it after projecting signs? Give it its own number, is that what you guys are talking
Is there a way we can workshop this at because we're making some recommendations, but it also, after we're done with it, it's got to read well, right? It's got to be coherent and,
Yeah.
Can we play with it live in Word or something?
Do we have a license?
Yes, I
Yeah.
think this is a Word document.
This is a Word document.
All right,
Right.
let's go.
All right.
Be like Minority Report and just start moving stuff around with our hands.
Yeah, I think, let's see.
You wanna, do you want me to do it
I
on
can
my
move it.
version up here?
Yeah, because they can see yours, so yeah, it'd be better.
So let's unbold 3 because we've already established that's existing.
Correct.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, that's a formatting thing.
Control B.
It's just a,
There you go.
Yep.
Okay.
And then,
So I would say take the no sign using flashing or intermittent, and we strike through all of that language. Or, well, let's
Well, first
copy it
copy it.
first. Yeah.
This one here?
Yep,
Yep.
copy that entire paragraph. We'll get rid of the strike through after.
yep, copy that, the rest of that, yep.
yeah, you're gonna move it.
And then that goes under 3.
Paste it under 3, yep. There. And bold it after it's pasted.
It wouldn't need a number.
Yeah,
It would
it
just be a
wouldn't-
continuation of 3.
Yeah.
You're just adding it to the end of 3.
But now it's gotta be bold.
Yep.
Yeah, we can
Let's get
bold
rid of the strike through first.
Yep.
Wait, do we want to?
Yes, because
Yeah.
it's new language to this section.
Yep, yep, yep.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Delete this.
Yep.
That comma
And
becomes
make
a,
it bold.
And then bold.
make a period at the end of the building instead of
Oh,
that
yeah, yeah,
comma.
okay, I'll fix that in a sec.
Yep.
Okay.
Do
And
you
then
want it to be its own paragraph, or just,
No, it should be,
Oh, you wanted just to add it
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
right
Yeah,
there?
that's fine.
yep,
Gotcha.
and then we got to strike through all of the no up in 2,
2, right.
right? So we're just adding to the existing strike
Only
through.
keep the bold stuff.
Yeah, only
Too.
keep the bold.
Yeah.
So, okay, delete,
Yep.
I'll delete.
That's all strike through.
Strike it through, yep.
Oh, do it strike through?
Yep.
Control Shift S.
Ooh, that's how you, I didn't know that
I think
one.
so. I'm making that one up.
I didn't know that
Control
one.
Shift S, I don't know about that.
I'm making that one up
Oh,
right now.
you did make
So
it up,
if we
hold
do
on.
that though,
Styles?
then you can't actually see what's changed. Like the actual words where we're talking about the projection and the illumination, which I think made it pretty easy.
What do you mean?
So if you're striking through that whole paragraph, previously, so previously there was a strike through
On a couple of
on a
words.
couple of them that showed you what was changing. Now it's just a whole paragraph changed with a new paragraph, but it doesn't tell you what changed.
That's fair,
That's a good point.
It's still gonna be.
fair, but we're
you're gonna
still getting
strike
rid of
out
it all.
True. I just don't think it's easy if we're,
Yeah.
To,
All right, we can come back to that one because that's valid. But I still want to see.
So now for
4
4.
is 3 and 3 is 4.
I wouldn't even do that. I would just
You would just copy
projected signs and add that
into 2.
internally illuminated and projected,
And projected
signs.
signs.
Or you could do and or projecting signs.
so, oh, I see.
adding, you, combining those into one, but they're two separate sign types, right? Isn't that what?
They are, but they're both still subject to the same special permit.
Well, a lot of things are in the bylaws, but they're still separate.
Why? Just because
you're-
we've done it that way in the past doesn't mean we
No,
should
just,
do it
I
in
mean,
the
that's
future.
kind of how all bylaws are in
No, but
every
it kinda-
town, so
I
it's
think
kind of a
when
best
you're
practice.
In a way, you're kind of burying it, right?
You are burying it, so if you're looking to find it, yeah.
By having its own, you know?
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fair.
that would be the only thing.
That's fair. Then we can 3 it.
Yeah.
So it would become, 4 would become 3 and 3 would become 4.
So,
So we copy all of 4 and put it above 3.
Yes.
And then that begs the question again about the sandwich board signs, because we don't have that called out.
Should we call that out?
Should we? Yeah.
If it's in the table, I think we,
I would,
it should.
I like the idea of having a different paragraph for each different type of sign.
I agree.
Whoever did the sandwich boards, I just read that, that's an awesome job.
Yeah,
That is totally complete.
100%, yeah. Very well done.
But I do think if you've got 3 types of signs, that listing them separately, I think is a good idea. All in one spot.
Yeah, so we could just copy everything that's in sandwich board and,
Make another paragraph right after.
And then the only thing that we need to follow up on is, within the districts, we don't call out special permit for projecting signs. I'll get to that in a minute.
All I see is the new Chinese restaurant that opens up, and you've got the projecting sign, it's a dragon.
That'd be
and it's
awesome.
like 9 colors, and with the big arrow pointing, eat here.
Oh my God. No, that would be flashing.
Well,
I've been to places like that.
it can't exceed 4 feet square, though.
So then that
Small
3
dragon.
has to be a strike through and make it
Or
a
like a lizard.
4, right?
correct.
I think I see what you're saying, Chris. In the schedule, in the table,
Yep.
it says yes instead of
Exactly.
special permit.
well, that we can, yeah, so we'll change that to SPs in the table.
This is gonna become.
Man, if people think our work is boring, we gotta get them to log into this video.
Seriously.
We are live editing on Microsoft Word.
Now, why don't we have a illuminating sign section in the table?
So many
We have it-
questions, Eric.
We have it
So
in the
many
text, but not in the
questions.
table.
I know.
Do you need to be
In both.
places or no?
Consistent in both?
I'm with
That's
you.
why I don't think you need to move the whole text of sandwich board into its own article. I think you got it here. You already did it. Why do it twice?
Wouldn't you want it in an article in addition to the table uses, or you just want the
No,
table
one time.
uses?
Keep it easy.
There's one place.
Well, that might be a,
Otherwise, then that's where you're gonna mix up in the future if you don't catch it both places.
Right.
right, so that
You're
might
definitely
be,
not gonna put it in both places, one or the other.
And don't even get me started, these numbers don't line up. Like, we're talking about internally illuminated signs, and that's number 9, but we're talking about internally illuminated signs over here.
No, those are different numbers.
those are different numbers. They
That's
don't.
different section.
I get that, but my brain doesn't.
No, I understand what you're saying.
What do you mean?
All right, the task at hand is to redo this and see if it's
Well,
readable.
no, so
and
for
then
this
we'll-
section, this is basic requirements.
Yes.
So it's gonna have a different number
So
than.
Betsy, that number 4 that you just did 5, that whole thing goes away
Yeah.
Oh, this.
because you copied it up to 3.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Delete that one then, right?
Yep.
So then it's like, delete.
Yeah, and then that 6 is really a 5.
Right, because I.
And then everything else
Down a
works.
number.
Okay.
Yep, now you're good.
But then the 4 that you have up top, do you still have a strike through in it?
Nope,
No, but it needs to be bold.
it's bolded.
It's, okay. All right, never mind.
It's okay, I know, it's hard to see up in the.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so
we're
does this work?
yes.
Internally illuminated signs.
Perhaps.
That's vague. Yes or no?
When it comes to these bylaws, you never say yes or no. Sometimes, you gotta kind of work it through.
I think it works. Okay.
We're kind of building it up like yes, yes, and that's like, by the way, no, no, no.
Right.
So we're good with the changes on page 1, proposed changes?
Do we want to add this sandwich signs to this and call that number?
No.
All right, so actually, I want to continue that part of the discussion where is it redundant? Like, there's no use for it to be redundant, right? Or is there?
Why?
No.
No. You don't want it to be,
There's no need for it to be redundant.
So then what's the point of having a table and then words separately outside of the table?
Yeah, should the stuff we just did be in the table? Or should everything we just did be strike through and that stuff be moved to the table?
so it kind of begs the question of the original intent of this in some ways, right? So we're trying to do some multiple moves, smaller moves, not too much moves where it confuses the heck out of everyone. We get 0 in the end. So we're trying to keep it as simple as possible. So you can, like I said, we don't want to blow, the whole thing is not to rewrite or reorganize the whole entire thing and then confuse the heck out of everybody then.
Oh, so that's why this structure exists where some stuff is in the use table.
Yeah, we didn't go crazy with it. So I didn't want to.
This is crawl.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Right. Crawl, walk
baby
around.
steps.
Right now we're on crawl. We're just trying to introduce some minor changes.
Right.
Not.
But I would agree that
Okay.
it could be structured much.
Thank you
Could be
for
a lot. Yeah.
refocusing.
But from a readability perspective, what we just did makes sense, right?
Is better.
It's better.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is better. We'll just have to, we'll change the, you're right, it's SP for the projecting sign
Yes.
table.
All right. So that's page 1. Page 2 was just number changes and then add on number 12 through planning board.
Yep.
And then number 19 was to change SPGA to planning board. Okay, page 3.
Well, while we're at,
I'm sorry.
While we're at it, do that C on the
Oh,
table.
yeah,
Page
we're
three.
not there yet, but.
On the
Yep.
table.
Sorry.
So page 3, the C should not be bold under advertised, so 2C. That should not be bold.
Sorry.
Okay. And sorry, that was me. Page 4. This is new, correct? 9 and 10?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
And so,
first, on 9, we need to change those yeses to SP.
Correct.
SP, planning board, right? We want to keep the consistency there.
So
It is designated.
it's designated,
Says planning board and
Yeah, it's in the,
it is designated elsewhere in the article that it's planning
in
board.
the beginning, SP is planning board.
Yeah, so you can just do SP.
Is that just on number 9?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
you might as well make it even more clear. But your other tables that we're going to talk about next, like
I know, but then you got to go back. But we disclaim it at the front. I know what you mean, Eric, but at the front it does say SP. It defines SP as special permit planning board.
yeah, we defined it for the section.
So for this section, it's yeah.
That's phase 2 cleanup.
That's yeah.
Seeing an extra period here after wrought iron.
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, this is not a lot to change it to
No.
SPPB. You want it?
No, I don't think we need to.
I don't
But
think you
it's
need
fine,
to.
you know?
Yeah. Okay, so number 9, one projecting sign on a building not exceeding 4 square feet mounted on the building at least 8 feet above the ground level and its upper edge, no more than 14 feet above ground level. For buildings with more than one business, additional projecting signs are allowed by special permit by the planning board. So they get one by right, multiple by special permit.
Yep.
We do have a few people in the audience that are here, so if
We will, yeah, we will
get-
get to
we'll
them
get
in
to
a
them in-
second. So that's interesting.
What's
What's that?
interesting, 9?
This is kind of gets into the
the
thing.
9 says, so
Yeah, because we're doing two things in there.
you're doing two things, right,
Yeah, that hurts.
because you're saying yes, but then you're saying,
Want my copy? Sure.
Well, it hasn't really changed. So it's yes for one,
special permit for more than one.
more than one. And then in the other section, does it say multiple? No, it doesn't.
I'd be less concerned about a multiple. Personally, I think that's more of a landlord real estate issue as opposed to a planning board issue.
I mean, it's all special permits. I mean, what I have here says yes, which is not true. It's all special permits.
Right.
So does it?
It doesn't matter if we
I don't
call
think it
that
really
out or
matters.
not.
I think in
wait,
general,
no,
it's always nice when you're going through bylaws, because I do it constantly, and when you see something, if you see SP Planning Board, and then you go here and you just see yes, you're not always reading the paragraphs that lead up to it. You're searching, you're doing a keyword search for what you're looking for. So if that doesn't say Special Permit Planning Board, I'm like, oh, I can do that. So I feel like the consistency is actually really helpful for whoever's going to.
Well, we're doing the special
It's gonna
permit
say
in there
SP.
anyway. We've already changed it there.
It's going to say SP.
Right, but
Okay.
we're allowing,
The thing
but
though
if
is,
you want one.
Not. I misspoke. We're not allowing one by
Right.
right. I misspoke. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
so
Because I was just looking at what I had here, which is not the updated version.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, that has changed to SP. So now it's one projecting sign or multiple. It's all by special permit.
I think we kill that last sentence. 4 all the way down just goes away.
Yeah, because
Buildings
Did
with
you
more.
just kill it, or was it written that way?
No, we're doing it now. So in number 9, the second sentence, that needs to go away because it doesn't matter
Well,
anymore.
But it might
Why?
need to stay because you're saying right here, you're saying one projecting sign on a building, you're limiting it to one. So maybe,
the 1 is okay.
so if you're gonna strike the last sentence, then you need to strike the one.
So you're saying if you want to make it any projecting sign special permit, we got to change it, because right now it's,
How about instead of 1, we just say a projecting
projecting-
sign on a building, not exceed.
sure, that's fine. But we had just for clarification, we had yeses there because you could have one by right. So that's why it didn't say SP in the
But we
table.
killed that in the beginning.
But that's in the
No,
beginning.
no, I know, but in
Right.
the beginning is still,
So we'd have to put that back to yeses, and then anything more than one.
But that contradicts what we
Right.
have in the
Then
front.
It's already-
More in the front,
Right.
say multiple projecting
right,
signs would be
yeah.
special permit.
So we can, point is, we need to clean it up, because we had a little bit of both,
We have,
but now we're not.
okay.
Is that the consensus? You want to do projecting signs by special permit? And so then, it already says it in the front, in the basic requirements, we just got to change the wording in the table.
Why would you need 2 projecting signs on a business?
Well,
If it's
for
a corner
multiple
unit.
tenanted
you would-
buildings.
Yeah.
So it's
For multiple tenant buildings.
one business.
So like River's Edge, where Jen's got her dance studio. There's the dance studio, there's what used to be Organic Buzz, there's the hair salon.
Signs are just,
They're surface mount signs right now, that's all that's allowed.
right.
No, but projecting will come out from the building.
And so when we say projecting, John, have you seen the signs that typically you'd see them in like the downtown
Rentham
areas?
Outlets has it. So
Yeah,
like as you're
so
walking through Rentham Outlets, you see the
It's perpendicular to the
signs.
building.
Yeah, the question is, if you have a building with 7 units, do you want 7 projecting signs on that?
I've seen that often, and it's not that bad, because they're small,
Yeah,
typically small, and
That's
it's
the point of
for
the special
walking by.
permit.
And what size are our signs allowed?
yeah. 4 foot square, is that?
That would be the
Square?
biggest, and they're usually smaller than that.
I see, okay,
So the way it's worded, for multiple ones, definitely a special permit in there.
yeah.
It was just that if you have one business, one sign, it was by right, but it's gonna be move to all special
I
permit.
can actually see that being helpful.
I think for the step one, because we want to do the
Sure, that's fine.
crawl, walk, run, I think that would be helpful, just so that we have, if Jen wants to have a projecting sign, and the people, in the audience at the town meeting are like, just like John, are we gonna have hundreds of them, or like, what is that gonna look like? Then at least they know there's control around that. We're gonna look at it, see the design, look at, the, wherever it is, River's Edge, for example, as a whole, see what that looks like, and we'll have our criteria for approval.
You could also
As
have
well.
the fact that multiple projected signs on one building all have to be uniform,
Right.
Yeah.
which makes it neat.
So, okay.
So we just got to change it, so it's.
So we're all in agreement that we want, whether it's one or multiple, to be by special permit.
Yeah.
Correct.
So here's my recommendation.
We'll say A instead of 1, right?
Well, A to me signifies a single still. So get rid of the word one. And then and then you got projecting sign, but at the end, put an S in parentheses. So it could be projecting sign or signs.
But then you get the question of like, do all 4 of those projected signs need to be within that same size diagram? Like we get, really fishy. Like, I think we need to separate out if we're going to talk about multiples on a single building. I think we're trying to do is just saying
I see what
a projecting sign on a building must not exceed 4 square feet when mounted on the building at least 8 feet above the ground level and its upper edge no more than 14 feet above ground level.
Yeah.
And then, additional considerations will be made for multi-tenant buildings.
Any
Okay.
projecting sign on a building.
So I
Right,
see what
any
you're saying. So
projecting
it should say a projecting sign and not do the parentheses S. You're right.
Or any
Because
projecting.
otherwise you are.
I like any.
You're limiting, you're right, you're limiting everything.
Projecting sign?
Any projecting
I would say,
sign.
yeah, any's a better
Any,
choice.
yeah, that's a better choice.
I want credit for that one.
That's awesome.
Somewhere.
Love it.
Well, that's
Put
too,
Gary's initial at the bottom of that bylaw.
Yeah. Any projecting sign on a building shall not exceed 4 square feet mounted on the building at least 8 feet above the ground.
Yes.
shall.
Shall not exceed. Shall not exceed.
Yeah, get rid of the
Not
ing.
exceed 4 square feet mounted on the building at least 8 feet above the ground level, and its upper edge no more than 14 feet above the ground level. And then you want to,
Just strike through, or we just remove.
Well, if we want to consider the multiples, this is where we get intelligent, and we do 4 buildings with more than one business.
Signs must be uniform.
Right, we just make that say, 4 buildings with more than one business utilizing a projecting sign must fall under established standards for the building, or something along those lines.
For buildings with no more than.
That sounds confusing to me.
What are the established
what
standards?
if they don't have any?
Well, it would only have that one, and then that one would be the one that would
So
establish
you're
it.
saying that the first one that it's the default now?
Well, I think, are they all the same shape? Do they all have to be the same color? Because then you're getting into your brand recognition is gone at that point. If-
Yeah, I think this is the power of the
I like
special
John's-
permit here.
John just say
We just
uniform.
kind of leave it as,
Yeah, uniform.
You're gonna have them have their own logo and identity, but they're just the size of the sign.
Why don't you just take that-
Somebody wants a teacup shape, and not a circle.
Get rid of.
Why don't you just take that sentence out?
yeah, I think just take the sentence out, leave it up to the power of special permit.
Yeah.
We're smart enough to figure out what's applicable, when and where.
Yeah.
Put the
fair.
teacup on the square
Yep,
sign.
that's fine, just take it out.
Just remove
And the
it.
whole idea, this is this is gonna start as kind of malleable, right? Like, we're not exactly
That's fair.
sure what this
Yeah.
is gonna look like, so.
Yeah.
We can
Not boil the
also
ocean.
state what our preference would be, in certain scenarios, and put that in the separate
In that design
document,
thing,
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That would
Yeah.
help.
Okay.
Well, the other thing
owners.
is, because we want to encourage people to play together, but there might be design things, you need to do things differently. Take it out. Just whoop.
Yeah, okay.
Done.
Okay?
Before you go to the next one,
Yes.
we use the word projecting 2 different ways in Article 14 that are different than this.
Okay.
We have to think about all the ways we're using this word.
Where?
I see what you mean. So that's first, I thought we needed to update that one when I read through it, and it's specifically about a surface mount sign, But you're right, it is confusing.
The word projecting has two different definitions in this sentence.
Yes.
Projecting no more than 12 inches from, that's how far you can face it off the front of the building. But then after comma, now you're not projecting it up. That's not the right word.
Yeah, we can change that.
Well, I think it's saying that the wall is the boundary of the height. So if, if the wall is only 16 feet, then your sign can't go 17 feet high.
So why not change the word projecting to like protruding?
No, well, no, well, you're using in 14, you're using projecting off of the wall sign as an adjective, where a projecting sign
Right.
is a noun, so that's a type of sign where this is just a,
Right, and then the third time we use it at the end, we're using it as
which one is
a
that?
distance, not projecting above the wall area.
Yeah, so that's, I wouldn't confuse that with a projecting sign.
If you
being the
do
noun.
a keyword search for the projecting, you're gonna come find it. But it's,
Can we say, so we say a wall sign, typically it would be a surface mount sign. Should we change that to say surface mount? And then it's, we could also say protruding, like Chad said. I don't think that sounds bad to you.
Personally, if I read this, I wouldn't mistake this for a projecting sign, where projecting sign is a type of sign.
Correct.
This is a component of the wall sign.
Right.
So, you can only individualize it so much. Eventually, someone has to think it through.
Right, I agree.
They'll learn at the special permit anyway, hearing.
I've come around to protruding as a potential replacement as projecting, if that
Yeah,
matters.
you would.
All right.
I will say though,
So-
I was reviewing that and it caught me and I was the
So,
one working on it.
just
so
for
I think it probably
clarity-
is worth clearing up.
Would we consider changing in number 14, the word, it's in there twice, projecting, change it to protruding, to eliminate any confusion of a
Or
projecting
keyword
sign?
search, now that we have E-code,
Right.
which is important.
I think that's smart.
Okay.
Betsy, you're gonna have to strike through on the word projecting.
Again, you want
Control Z.
to put Gary
So how about
by that.
so what are you doing with
That
the other
wasn't
one
me.
projecting?
That was Chad.
You're gonna say protruding above?
Where?
The second projecting in that sentence,
Yeah, protruding above,
I would just say exceeding the wall,
not exceeding.
not exceeding above the wall
Wall.
area of the building.
Protruding.
Not exceed.
I'd just change them both to protruding, but
And not protruding above the wall. Oh, yeah, okay, that actually works.
change.
Oh, yeah.
Jen's over here
that
laughing
works.
about our semantics.
This stuff's important, unfortunately. It does lively up the conversation, though.
Jeez, I don't think it should have went with blade sign.
I imagine these are the discussions over at the Webster Dictionary Company.
Oh, sure.
Would be
Exciting.
protruding.
What was the word of the year this year? Ogre something? Wow.
I don't know.
Some kid term.
Well, it's
All right.
good.
Good catch. All right, going
Wanna get an
back
invite to that
to
company
number
party.
10 in the table. So bottom of page 4.
Bottom of page 4.
I can't count that high. Okay.
So we have,
You want to say shall for, in the first one, for, if we say may be allowed. You okay with the may?
shall,
Didn't we already use shall?
yeah,
So we can keep it consistent?
yeah. So we have one sandwich board per business. Should there be a period after
Yes.
Yes.
that word business? Okay. Then the sign shall be displayed only during business hours and must be removed after business hours.
Sign.
The sign frame shall be no greater in size than 2 feet wide and 4 feet high.
You guys are
Mess-
gonna kill me, but should we like bullet point these or something? Like this is hard to read.
No, it's like that up above.
Yeah,
The
they're
others
all
too.
like that.
All right.
If you do this one, then you got to do more.
And it just makes it.
So much longer, I know.
The sign, the message panels attached to the frame shall be no greater than 2 feet wide by 3 feet high.
Why do you have that sentence at all?
Yeah, I don't.
Just said before you
2 by
said 2
4.
foot by 4 foot.
We could probably, yeah, we could probably take that one out.
I think the
We want a
original
border.
idea was to make a border, but we don't have the.
But if the whole
Because a
thing's,
chalkboard one wouldn't. Really
I'd just take that out.
And
That
those,
sentence.
the changeable letter ones doesn't.
Yeah, they don't have a border.
I would just take that sentence out.
Yeah.
So keep the
Betsy,
2 by 4.
Bring in the sandwich board.
Don't make her hurt her back.
No.
So what sentence you deleting? That one there?
The one I've
2
got
4 by
highlighted?
3 foot.
Yeah, the message panels attached to the frame shall be no greater than 2 feet wide by 3 feet wide.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
That
that's,
sounds good.
The sign must be located.
okay.
The sign frame must be constructed.
Okay, so Eric, I think you said when, for the Lions, you guys have like the Christmas tree sign out, and it's left out and it's also weighted. Should we include something, like right now we have it so that all the sandwich board signs need to be taken in every night, but what about for the situations like that, or,
The rabies clinic.
the rabies clinic?
Hey, those are my
Is that,
favorite.
can that also be a special permit, or if you want to have it out for up to 2 weeks, or do we not want to?
I wouldn't even get into it.
I wouldn't get it.
Yeah.
No?
that's- Yeah.
Is there a reason why we're getting, well, so, real quick on the Lions one. The Lions don't have a business to put a sign in front of. So how are we treating those types of signs that, we don't have we have town hall that we can put a sign in front of as well, but we don't put our signs out here. We put our signs out in the Rotary.
Yeah, isn't there a select board process to allow for that, or no?
It was.
I remember, so for cultural
they have to
council,
get
we
a-
wanted to
yeah,
put
they
a
have to get
sandwich
approval.
board out when we were selling T-shirts like 5 or 6 years ago, and we had to get permission to use the island where Maine turns into Boardman.
Right, because they don't
I
want
for-
too many, they don't want to have too many signs there at one time.
But it's
so.
permission based, right? And
It is.
They didn't require us to bring it in, so is it like because it's town land, it doesn't apply to
Well,
this?
technically, the way the bylaw is, so that's an off-premise.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to get at is,
Yeah.
What do we do
we're
there?
restricting use for, one, the town, and two, for community organizations that don't necessarily have a storefront, so to speak.
So you do allow for off-premise by special permit, though, in the table, in the end,
Okay, so that would handle those. Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Okay, so after we took that sentence out, the sign must be located in front of the business that it advertises. Under no circumstances shall a sign obstruct benches, fire hydrants, or other features legally in the right-of-way, or shall it obstruct parking access, handicap parking access, or vehicular paths of travel. A minimum clear sidewalk width of 48 inches shall be maintained. The sign frames must be constructed of materials that present a finished appearance and use durable, weather-resistant materials, including, but not limited to, painted or decay-resistant wood, metal, or wrought iron. And there's 2 periods there. You clean that up after wrought iron.
Yeah, I
think
got
you should
that.
do that.
I did
That's
that.
it, all right. Sign lettering shall be either painted in a professional-looking manner, computer-generated, or handwritten on chalkboard. Lettering and number characters shall not exceed 8 inches in height.
Can you get rid of that one? That's the whole sentence about nothing to me.
Yeah, lettering and number of characters not exceed 8 inches. I think we remove that as well.
I think you can remove that, because you may have some cool graphic or something
You
on it.
don't want to over-legislate
Right.
some of these things,
Yep.
because it gets,
I'm fine with that. yeah. The following are prohibited. Sign frame constructed of rough-cut plywood, cardboard, paper, fabric, or non-rigid materials, or use of whiteboards, magnetic letters, illumination.
So I would personally kill whiteboards from there. I think that's a usable surface.
Every high schooler
Yeah.
loves you right now, because that's gonna.
Right.
It's up to the business if they want to invest in.
Why not magnetic letters?
Because they can get stolen, but again, that's a business
That's not,
decision.
I mean, that's a business, yeah, that's a
Right.
business decision.
I don't want to legislate for the business.
Okay.
And
I think it would just be illumination.
I would be fine with the illumination because we're allowing illumination for signs to begin with. So why wouldn't we do it for these signs?
Well, the sandwich board sign though, are
And take it
those,
in and out.
those ones are just a yes, it's not a special permit. So if we add illumination now, every single one of those signs has to be a special permit, right?
It's weird, yeah.
That would be weird.
Yeah.
It's not very convenient for the business owner.
But if they want, I mean,
But it's a temporary light as opposed to one that's always on. Like we're
Still
requiring them to
internally
bring it
illuminated.
in.
So,
so it does say up here, all internal illuminated signs are special permit.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's internally illuminated. This, I mean,
This would be internally
It'd be
illuminated.
internally illuminated, so,
sandwich board?
Yeah.
yeah, if we allowed that.
How do you illuminate a sandwich board?
They have the
Batteries.
ones that have backlights. It's like a clear acrylic and then it has a black board and then it has LED
Batteries?
lights around it.
Yeah.
And they'd go to their way to take that in and out every day and change the lettering and
LEDs and batteries aren't that heavy anymore, yeah. I see them in bars.
it's almost like a portable sign rather than a sandwich
Yeah,
board, huh?
no. Be pretty high-end sandwich board.
I guess so, yeah.
Definitely wouldn't want to let
But
that
what
get
about
stolen.
external illumination?
You can't externally illuminate.
You could have
Yeah,
one of
you
those
could
little
have a
solar
little-
lights.
Like a
Like
little
the
light
little-
you have for paintings, right?
But
You
if
know,
they
just,
have, well, I guess, the hours of
There's
operation
so
could
many
be
more
at night. When
questions,
I mean,
like-
it gets dark at 4:30.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but all the political signs during election season, they had those spotlights.
Yep,
They were
they
solar.
did.
I think
You could
this
do
is-
that.
You want to get to the point, you want to get a nice mat and let the thing go out there, hopefully it passes, right?
Yeah.
And then as things come up, again, the nature of
We adjust for it.
bylaws are by small cuts here and there. So as things come up that you need to address, then you can address it.
So you're saying remove illumination and just let it happen if it
Yeah.
happens? Because it's probably not going to happen often.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would just,
I agree.
So end that sentence after non-rigid materials.
yep, I would end the sentence after non-rigid materials and just strike the rest.
You can let them use the whiteboard and make.
Let's have fun with this.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Buying a whole slew of whiteboard
Okay.
markers after this meeting.
All right.
Oh, boy.
I'm gonna just leave them in front of KP.
So that's it for our updates.
Wait, I'm not done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it says number 2, off-premise signs or advertising devices provided a permit has been granted by the Outdoor Advertising Authority. So who is the Outdoor Advertising Authority?
It's
Probably both,
state,
right?
it's a state board. It's really, that is for billboards?
Okay, so this I'm curious then about because you mentioned this was our out for those other signs, for like for the Lions and for the
No,
town.
no, because it's on the, I mean, off-premise sign is on there too.
Right, so you're saying that the Lions would have to go to the
this other-
state board to get approval?
No, no, no.
That's why I want to address this. Because, you know, if we're saying that we're going to rely on that for the off-premise signs, then we need to know what happens, what that vehicle is and what that looks like.
Maybe need another line that says community messaging board.
But there's
What about-
already a
what-
mechanism that handles this somewhere in the bylaws, right? This is already something that happens.
So
What if we
So
have
the
like,
off-premise sign is,
We don't have
is,
signs.
what, the way it's written now, I'm reading, well, could
Not
be
sandwich
wrong,
board
but
signs.
that the state has to come to you. I mean, somebody has to, it's requiring a local special
So-
permit.
most
for
of the other
billboard.
towns have a line for billboards. What if we just added a line for billboards, put all of that text in there, and then for the off-premises signs, that typically, that goes to the select board right now. So can we put that in there so that it's clear that that's where you go if you're the Lions or whomever?
Well, that's them, but you could, somebody else could, a business could apply to the planning board for off-premise,
For a what?
off-premise.
Right, so like if Jen wanted to put one on that little island over there for an Exhale event, you know, that's a great middle point for, you know, River's Edge and her other studio over here, so.
So that one would be you and the select board, but I'm saying like, if, you know, Exhale wanted to put it over at Dunkin' Donuts, that would be a special permit, because that's off-premise. provided obviously Dunkin' Donuts want to do it.
Right now, it says that it's
Right
subject
now
to a
you're-
state
yeah.
approval.
Right.
Outdoor Advertising Authority.
Sure, the Outdoor Advertising Authority is a state thing, or is that just whoever's supposed to handle outdoor advertising for the town?
No, it's definitely from my,
Seems like that should be retitled as billboards, that section.
Right.
Make it clear that, you know that.
we could
We know.
just add a new, yeah. Well, actually, we could, yeah, it does need to be separated out, to your point.
Yep.
Because that's by statute, the outdoor, that controls that.
Yeah, so we need to put in a vehicle for off-site within the town, and then we need to address this.
But also, why is it number 2?
So, I know, I was actually just looking, so if you go back.
One is on-premise signs and advertising.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, and then
Oh, I see. Boy, they're not,
they're not numbered.
they should all be like
Indented?
indented.
Yeah. I was just looking at that, so
Oh,
it's like,
geez, what a
you've got
mess.
one
Yeah.
is on-premise signs or advertising devices.
My
Then
head
you've
hurts
got
now.
A, that should be,
And then you have,
and then
Yeah.
you've got A1.
yep, and then you got,
B, B1, B2, E, so.
then you have C, 1,
Yeah.
2, 3,
Those need,
4.
Still the way here.
well, cause it's in here, it's like it's like a more of a chart. So I think it's a little,
Okay, so that's why it's 2. So
yeah,
2,
that needs to be cleaned up a little bit.
so, so then maybe 2 needs to be changed.
So we'll just
to
add
say-
another, where do you want to put this billboard in this thing?
Well, but maybe 2 needs to just say off-premise signs, then you have a 2A, which is this one, and then you have a 2B, which is for the town. Follow me? So on page 3, you have a 1. At the top of this chart, it says on-premise signs or advertising.
Yeah.
I think we need to have that as a 2, just off-premise signs or
Oh, I see.
advertising.
Subheading.
Right.
So we need to have a header. So right
And
now,
A would be-
this 2 that's here should be 2, really should be A, 2A. It'll end up being 2A. So you need to insert a row above 2.
Yeah. So this is on-premise signs or devices, so you need another,
So
you
go,
need another row. You need
yeah, we need a row above 2.
Above 2, okay.
So we need a row above 2.
Here,
Yep.
with it off-premise signs, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that'll say off-premise signs and
And then
advertising.
this should be,
That'll end up being A.
or 1, you would.
No, A
A.
based on the current
Let me see.
numbering.
You're right, yep, that would be A.
Oh, I guess you got 1, here's 2,
Let me see if, I don't know if I can.
2. Oh, I see. All right, I'm following you now. It's just,
Can't believe we've lost everybody on Zoom.
I know, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're right, I wasn't even paying attention.
They all just said I'm done.
This is.
But there could be people on YouTube. We are live streaming.
you mean they dropped off, we didn't lose them? You mean-
Yeah, sorry.
we didn't-
That's different. That means different.
Sorry. Good point. They dropped off because this apparently isn't enthralling.
No, no, I'm saying, because if we lost them, we needed to.
No, it's
you know.
riveting work. Yeah.
I'll do that, and I don't have a toolbar, so I'm at a little disadvantage here, so.
Okay.
Yeah, see,
Well, I think,
What's the shortcut for adding a row?
well, highlight that whole row and just say, should be a,
Yeah.
Just right click,
highlight that whole row,
insert,
Insert.
Okay.
row above.
row above. Yep.
Okay, here we go.
So then that should be 2,
2,
In parentheses.
2
and then, oops.
off-premise signs or advertising. Devices. Should be off-premise signs or advertising devices, colon.
signs.
Advertising devices, colon.
So it's off premises, though.
Off premises, yep, you're right, okay, and.
Oh, yeah, it does say premises, I'm sorry.
It's an S or a C, right? Device?
You just copy and paste the
Yeah.
thing down there.
Yeah, it is.
So then
That says devices.
So, in my opinion, that should be bold,
Yep.
because we just
it's a
created
new-
that row.
Yeah, we did create that. Oops. Advertising.
Yeah. So we're not going to capitalize
Premises,
premises.
right, I'm just
Nope,
looking at
we're gonna
the
make
way
it look
is.
just like it did below.
And you need to add a
Okay, that's good.
dash between off and premises, right?
Yeah, there should be a dash between off and
Dash,
premises.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, what about the on premises sign?
That has a dash.
It has
Yeah,
it.
it does?
Yeah, it
Yep.
does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it
does.
It does actually in E-code, it doesn't.
It does in E-code, so we'll fix
So
it.
we-
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then a colon, right? Instead
Yeah,
of
it's
a
got a
semi?
colon instead of a
Oh,
semicolon.
semicolon. Gotcha.
Well, actually, E-code
Sorry.
doesn't have any. No colon.
No colon?
No colon.
Okay. So we'll have to do a E-code cleanup.
Doesn't- Yeah, I know it.
No, it doesn't
Oh,
have
you're
a
right,
colon.
okay, I'm gonna
They'll
get
clean
rid
it when they get it.
That's true.
I guess I'll get
Sure.
rid of it. And
Well, no, we gotta clean it.
No,
We
I
don't wanna
think,
add a colon.
no, we don't
And
want
I
it.
want to put a dash.
And then get rid of the colon. Because apparently it's not an E-code.
No.
Okay.
All right.
So then go back down to,
And I'm just gonna fix my.
yeah.
indent there.
So with this revision, I would,
And then this is what did we say this was supposed to be an A?
Well, that would be an A. Yeah, so you're gonna have to do a strike through on that 2. And then add an A in bold.
and you're gonna split these though, right?
And then, but now we gotta split it up. Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
I would offer a suggestion to add that in the residential SP as well.
Okay.
You're doing off premise.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Because would,
I'm sorry, what was it that you just said?
So the no that's over there,
Oh, yeah.
change that. Well, so we want to do a strike through on that. And then you're going to add a bold SP to it.
I guess that sign is gonna be. So that's lowercase too, I guess.
What is?
Signs there. Right?
Oh, signs. Oh, office.
I think.
Yep.
So now, how do we want to split this up? Because we need to make an A and a B.
So one would be
Can we strike
billboards,
through
right?
the or advertising devices, blah, 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 blah? Because that's gonna be a new line, and that's gonna be a no across the, well,
Well, so if we just took off, if we removed off-premises signs,
Yep.
right?
Well,
And then
actually-
changed that to billboards?
Yeah.
And then moved it down.
yeah.
So why don't you copy that whole row so you don't have to retype it?
Yeah.
You should be able to select the whole row, Control C, and then do a Control V. You don't have the whole row though. You're missing
Oh, okay.
You gotta,
the whole
like,
row.
The whole, including the,
Yeah,
yeah, there you go.
there you go.
Okay.
Now,
And are we putting in
You're gonna add
another?
I think you have to
add
another
another
row, yeah.
You gotta.
You gotta
go back
highlight
in.
it.
I think you gotta click. Yeah, like over like here. Like on the table.
The first.
There, just say
so
insert.
highlight, like, right over there.
What's that?
Right there.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What was that?
No, you had it, just
Edit.
right-click there.
And then do insert.
There you go.
Row below?
Sure, yep.
Yep. Then you can copy, paste whatever.
Then-
you had.
It frickin' pasted inside the table.
Oh.
Do a Control Z to undo that.
That's what I thought it was gonna do, but it did do it. All right.
So if you do Control Shift V, it'll just do the text.
Yeah.
Control Shift V, huh?
All right, so what am I?
That'll do a paste special, text only.
Yes, sir. Page 312, section B. Oh. Wait. Go to the little control on the bottom right.
Go to this guy, this little control
Don't waste your
guy,
time. There we go.
and then use, no, over, is that good?
That one. Oh, nope. That's that one.
That one, yep. Beautiful.
Now, you still, just highlight that word no above the SP, because that's later gonna become,
Yeah, that's good.
just make it yellow, or you'll, if you do it
That one
later. Yeah,
You want that to yellow?
the same above, the one above.
this is
Why
gonna
are we
be
making it yellow?
strike through, right?
To get to the tools, to get to strike through at some point, yeah.
Oh, okay. Because there's no strike through?
Can't get to the tool.
Oh.
Yeah, where'd my tool go?
That's okay.
Okay. Oh, and this has gotta be strike through too, so let me just highlight this one.
Now we're gonna rename the first 2A as billboards.
So 2A, so we're gonna do a strike through on off-premise signs or advertising devices, right? And
We're just adding the word billboards in there.
so that'll all be strike through, right? And then we're gonna say, and then
Add
we're gonna
billboard.
add billboards.
Billboards are, what did you know?
Well,
So if,
before
when
it
you select
said-
it, hit Control D. Select the text and then do Control D. Alt K.
You got it. Now you can do strike through.
Or you can do Alt K. I'll do the same thing, yeah. And then hit OK.
Right? No.
So you did find the shortcuts.
I
Alt
did.
K. Oh my god.
Well, you have to do Control D and then Alt
Remember
K.
all these,
I just Googled it. I just Googled that one.
That's awesome, thanks.
No problem.
Now,
Now we gotta add the word billboard in there
our
somewhere.
recommendation is no across the board for billboards. Now, if town council says we can't prohibit them, that might be a different story, but
do we want to change that one though? Like if we're trying to do baby changes, like that one,
I think we
we're
leave it as
just
special permit.
renaming that,
Yeah.
right? Because it's solicited, it goes through that, whatever that state authority is, right? So that's,
yeah, but you're allowed, but this process, you're requiring a special permit?
no, so for billboards, that would stay the same. All we're doing is renaming that one because it wasn't clear. And then for off-premises signs, that's what we would have as special permit,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. So that no in that first row should
Apparently
stay.
you could
The
do it
no
right
should
now
stay
as
under
special permit.
residential. I mean,
Well, one is you want to, well, you don't have to necessarily, but I was thinking recommend added the special permit for off-premise for businesses that,
but you want them to do a billboard?
In the B1 district?
no, the residential. So if you have, for example, a
Residential's
farm,
that first column.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The residential. We don't want that, so we should just do no.
so there's a farm, right? So say Jenny and Paul's farm wanted to,
Put up a billboard?
no, put up an off-premise sign, not a billboard.
Okay.
If you allowed it by special permit, they could do it. in the
So that's what
residential zone.
we want to do that,
Right.
Yes.
yeah. For the other one, we're just saying, for the one that gets approved through the state, the billboard one that you said, when you said the off-premise sign is billboard, we're just changing the name of that one. Everything else stays the same.
But you want to make it no, though,
Except it
right?
says SP, SP, SP.
Whatever it was.
It
we're
was.
Currently-
It currently
It's-
said
it's-
no
it's-
SPSP.
Currently it says no SPSP, so,
Right, so we need to take that bold SP out of A, 2A.
Right.
Right.
Agreed.
Right, so under 2A, where you got the yellow highlighted no,
Yeah.
delete that yellow just take the highlight off that word no, because we're gonna leave it. We're not,
Are we getting rid of
and
it?
we're getting rid of the SP, yes.
And
Then we need to add,
then we're getting rid of the no and leaving the SP.
right, because, so 2B is gonna be a whole new section. So the whole thing's gotta be bold.
Finish the first one first.
Yeah, just delete the
Okay.
no.
Right here?
Yeah, just delete that word
it,
no.
because that
Yeah.
wasn't existent
We'll
before.
fix it. Yeah, just delete that whole thing. Yep. Okay, so let's go back up to 2A. So we got the yellow highlight we did the strike through on, and we need to add, so that's, yeah.
But you have to leave off-premise sign in there, right?
That would be
So-
billboard. Change it to billboard, if that's
Right,
what
we
it's
wanna
supposed to
put
be.
the word billboard in
So
there
you
now.
want to, so what you're saying, we still need to leave the words off premise,
Yeah, I mean, you have to say where it's gonna, like,
but it's above it, it says off premise.
that's a,
So under 1, we didn't say on premise for all those. We didn't say on premise freestanding sign, on premise announcement, on premise.
no, it says, so you have on-premise signs, right? Or advertising devices in 1.
Correct.
And then underneath A is nameplate.
Yep.
Then you have announcement, right? You have-
Right, then B is announcement, but it doesn't say on premise nameplate. So why would I need to say off premise
Right, 'cause we put
billboard?
the title like up above, and then,
I mean, I feel like it's redundant, because it's in the title above it. I mean, you're hemming it on over, so let's leave it then. Let's just say off-premise billboard. But I mean, really, it's the word billboard is for off-premise signs or advertising devices.
Yeah, I guess, still,
And if you're saying off-premise billboards, then do we have to address on-premise billboards?
Correct.
I think if we just say billboards,
I would just say billboards. This still has to go to town council for their,
yeah, it
so
does.
why don't we just put billboards there and see?
But so here's the,
And that has to be bold.
well, in some ways, the thing is, the way this is written now, all right. I have to think of that. Because off-premise signs are completely permissible within the town. You can have that, you can create that, right? So and you are by special permit. A billboard is, it's an
So-
off-premise sign, but it goes through a state board.
Right,
We're
but
saying- still
we don't
saying it
have
does.
off-premises signs anywhere else. Like, we don't have, if you want to be able to have your sandwich board, but it's not on your property, that would be an off-premises sign. But we don't want people to think that they have to go through the state to get that approved.
No, I completely understand that. It's just, they're kind of mixing the two there, for two different
Right, it was
things.
a big catch-all.
Yeah, you're, an off-premise sign that a local Norfolk business wants to do or whatever, doesn't go through the state.
Right, that's why we're having a separate line to say it would go through a special permit through us for those.
That's going to be 2B.
All that text is gonna change about that outdoor agency. when we get
So
to
then
Pro
2B is going to be the local.
Yeah.
right.
Right. So 2A is the billboard that goes through the state agency.
So then if you're gonna, so off-premise signs, right,
Or advertising
Advertising
devices provided a
devices.
permit has been granted by the planning.
So on that line item, then you're gonna need to put in the special permit.
Which one are you talking about? 2A or 2B?
Maybe our off-permit, our off-site local community stuff should be 3 by itself and not confuse off-permit.
So this header
off-site.
in the header in the table for on-premise, that doesn't, there's nothing here.
Correct.
Okay.
That's right.
So off-premise, you're gonna put in SP.
No,
No,
because we have two different
It's a header. It doesn't
it's a
have
header,
anything
just
to the
like
right.
number 1 doesn't have
Then
anything.
below, where's off-premise? Where, how do I know?
Because that's a
Because it's under,
section.
because
the
it's,
header, so-
because it's under 1, it's under 2, I mean.
If we scroll up to 1, right, like you'll see the same thing. 1 is,
It's the section.
So scroll up to 1.
it's on premises signs or advertising. We don't say on premise again for A, B, C, D, anything like that,
I understand that.
right?
I'm getting that piece.
So that's section 1, on premise. Now, section 2,
Section 2, which is what we were just working on.
is off-premise signs.
Off premise is the header, right? So everything falling under 2, A, B, C, D, if we were to create one, is applying to off premise by designation, right? It's implied because the header is saying this section is off premise use. Maybe it's not, but that's how I would read it.
Right.
So Betsy, everything in 2B, that all needs to be bold, because it's new, it's brand new,
It's all gonna change.
and it's all gonna change here in a little bit. And then the special permit,
On all
all
of them.
3 of them need to be bold. And then the 2 that you have in yellow doesn't need to be there, because it's new.
Oh, it's, yeah.
Yep.
And we're gonna get rid of off-premise signs.
Well,
Or, like,
I don't think you
So,
need that word.
I think it's fine leaving it there for that sentence.
I think it'd be fine to leave it there. Off-premise signs or advertising devices provided a special permit be granted
By the planning
by
board.
the planning board.
Period, done.
No, so it's currently by,
Oh, by the select board.
Select board.
I'm
By the
sorry.
select board.
Yep, you're right. By the select board.
So wait, hold on, because then,
So now we got a problem with the SPs,
Yeah.
because the SPs all refer to planning board.
Just have, for the other ones, can we just have SP, PB?
that's what I was,
Just to keep it all consistent? Like anywhere that we talk about special
Yeah,
permits, just
we
have
can.
who it
So-
is?
Walk me through this billboard, right? So, no, SP.
Correct.
but it's not our SP, it's.
right, that's the Outdoor Advertising
So it
Authority.
shouldn't say SP, it should say outdoor OAA.
Well, it's a special permit, but it's by,
No,
DOAA.
Provided
Ah.
a permit.
Who's it by then?
who's it by?
outdoor advertising.
That's what we just said.
So
We're
put
not a special
OAA.
permit granting authority.
Well, what,
That's what it originally
it
says in
says
our
provided a
bylaws.
permit. It doesn't say special permit, it just
Okay.
says a permit.
Okay, so,
Oh, I know, I get, what I'm trying to say to you is that they're mixing apples and oranges.
Yeah.
I know, so how do we,
It's
how
a
do we?
mess.
So this is not,
so you're just contending the SPSP that we originally had in the bylaw previously as written?
yeah.
Okay,
So it said, no, right? Or no SPSP, right? That's the way it was.
Correct.
So you have off-premise signs, or, well, this goes to the state, the billboard is the authority, there's a, well, the agency for the billboards. Off-premise sign is a whole nother potential.
So you're
what would
saying-
we say here, no, no, no?
So you don't also like the word
Yeah.
billboards, you would just say,
Well, that's what I was trying to say, is like the billboard should be no.
So, okay.
Okay.
so you're saying,
Off-premise signs, if you want, well, the intent is to allow that locally.
So, okay, I think might have been confused because when we said before, when we said off-premises signs have to be approved through the state, and you said we're talking about billboards. So we said, okay, why don't we just call it billboards then? And then we'll make a separate line for off-premises, little advertising signs.
So for the billboards, yeah, they are off-premise, and they,
but it's a different agency, you said.
but it's also, can look up if you want to.
Foxborough just did this, and they figured it out.
It's been a long time since I've dealt with billboards because it's
Yeah.
our roads
So
are
are
not
you-
state number roads that we get a billboard on.
So you're thinking we need a row C? So we need a row A deals with the Outdoor Advertising Authority, a row C would be the billboards, and then,
Well, billboards are really kind of the state, essentially, you know.
but it's a
1A.
different agency.
So do billboards even need to be in here? If it's a state thing, do we even need it in our town bylaws?
It's probably a better question, actually, so, but.
Right.
So can we
probably-
table the discussion, ask town council, and then find
Yeah,
out, and then
yeah.
have language authored
So
by
we have
May
a
not
potential
be-
place for it, and we can fill it back
Right.
in with more
You
info as needed.
maybe just delete that provision of it. But
Delete-
you, as the permitting board, would still be the special permit, though. You're not delegating to the select board. They're giving consent on town property, but you still be the permitting board.
pursuant to
Billboards. Now
approve.
we're trying to get to B. We're trying to
Yeah,
get to
that's
the-
what I'm talking about for the.
Right, but the last thing that we want to do is make the Lions or the school doing the Red Cross blood drive have to go to the planning board, and then yes, for one thing, for a sign that's going to be up for 3 or 4 days.
No, I don't think they probably did do that before. They probably haven't been doing it, but.
Okay, so how do we,
No, it goes to town administrator assistant, and they,
so how do we write A? How do we write 2A? Because billboards
Well, in
is the
terms
right
of,
word.
they haven't required a special permit for it, so they've gone, the approval process, goes to the select board. They haven't said, oh, by the way, you need to go get a special permit. They haven't said you need to do that.
Well, we don't want to make it more
which
complicated.
one are we talking about?
You're talking about 2B now.
Yeah.
So I'm talking
We're
about
talking
2A.
2A.
Let's just finish 2A.
Finish 2A.
So 2A, billboards is not the right word. Because that's a different agency. It doesn't go to the Outdoor
Right,
Advertising
so this one's
Authority.
going to get
Billboards-
further follow-up.
Sorry to create, it's totally confused. Billboards does go to the state.
All right, so let's kill
In terms of,
kill all of 2A, and then we just write a new 2A that just deals with off-premises signs or advertising devices.
So, should we ask town council about that first before we do it? Because that was already in there as something that was in the town bylaws, even though it's the state.
I
So
think
I don't know if it's required.
They're gonna look at this anyway and tell us if we're missing the mark or not.
We need a placeholder for them to look for billboards, so we don't leave a hole.
I mean, they've looked at this before and it's been here for how long,
But-
right? So if we're gonna ask the question to help clean up our own bylaws, it can't hurt to actually ask
No.
the question.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is we scratch it off, and Rich's comment to them is, hey, we're scratching this off, is that okay?
Oh, okay, yeah.
It provides us a path
think-
forward.
I think let's do just get a little bit of homework on this topic, just to be sure.
So basically, we just need to go back to the way it was
For now.
for now. And go get
No,
with,
that didn't cover.
well, we still haven't addressed the whole,
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
We, you haven't covered the Lions you're talking about?
right.
Or the town.
So I think we,
But that was already covered before, like, these are
it
not.
really wasn't.
But it wasn't.
Really wasn't.
But the way it worked,
the state
though,
authority.
it wasn't, I mean, nobody's
Really
ever
wasn't.
been denied putting their sandwich board up.
Because
in the-
nobody's actually going to the Outdoor Advertising Authority to
So
ask if
that's
the
actually
sandwich
not
board can
true.
sit on
But
an island.
we go to select board, or.
But they're
sorry,
not
we-
the Outdoor
Right, so
Advertising
you can just
Authority.
do a whole bunch of Control Zs that should back you out.
Do get, Bob has them in his trunk. They do
Leave a
get
row
taken
to
away,
Talk about it.
Okay.
like the off-site ones. So,
Well, no, but I'm saying, like, let's say the lines, for example, we email, or.
I would just put it all back and then,
Administrative system.
then Rich gets with
Say, this
town
is what I
council and
wanna
says,
do.
here's the
Yeah.
dilemma we have, how would
Do
you,
this
how
between
would you
this date
redo
and this
this?
date.
Yeah, I want to do a little homework.
but it's not
This
written
one's a little
anywhere.
bit-
So if you know that and you have that tribal knowledge, that's great. But if you're a small business owner and you're like, I need to have like some signage over here, you don't know how to do that. It looks like you have to go to the state.
So here's the thing, right? So the Lion, you're talking about the Lions,
Just as an example, it's a hypothetical. It could be any community-based,
correct. So
Entity with the sandwich board.
it's quite possible they've been allowing that to happen and haven't said, oh, you should have gotten a special permit to do it, or whatever. Like, we're talking about business, so we are,
As a proof of concept, we can just focus on the business part of this and leave this as it is and deal with this later if it's confusing or if there's no easy answer that comes back from town council.
probably the cleanest way is just leave it the way it is in terms of what's there.
And add a row specific to the general one that we want to figure out.
Potentially.
I would just take it all back to the way it was and then ask town council how to proceed.
Because maybe the town doesn't want to allow for businesses off premise. I don't know. Those can be significant changes. The concept of, a charitable organization or a community group and so forth, that's different for some.
It's all about putting a sign on someone else's land.
Yeah.
So we'll stay focused with the business stuff we have now.
Keep
and
going,
we'll-
Betsy. We'll go fix on-premise up top later.
Yeah.
Billboards
So you still got to
that are controlled
keep
by a
going.
state agency
Control Z to
are more than
keep
likely
going.
only controlling the two state highways, which is 115 and 1A. So the odds are the billboard section
Keep going.
has
'Cause
nothing
you got
to
to get
do
rid
with
of that
anything
one
that's not a
row.
state road.
Right.
They probably
Did it-
throw it in there
okay.
just as
Catch-all.
a catch-all because we do have two state roads. So
Right.
that's probably why it's in there. Off-premises
No,
signs are a whole different thing.
Right, which doesn't make sense, which makes sense, I agree. The thing technically is 115 is a state number, but it's under town control, but really, so it's really 1A we're talking about,
Yeah.
There
potentially.
we go. Okay. Now it's back to the way it was. So now you got to go fix one.
Now, do you want to add a 3?
No.
No.
So now go all the way back up to one because you got to put the dash in
We got the business people in the
for
audience that
on-premise.
can
And then
give some
I think we're
feedback
supposed to
if
get
they
rid of that
Do want to be able to do some
colon.
of this stuff.
And there we go.
I would like to just give you could do a little more homework on this one to,
Yeah. That one sounds like it needs a little more work.
Okay, so we've had,
yeah, because I don't want
so as a board, we've hashed this out. Now, are there any comments from
From the
town?
audience? From the town or from the audience?
From our audience.
Oh, okay.
Anyone.
well, we only have an audience, there's
We have-
nobody online, so.
Grab the microphone. Yeah, because
Yeah.
we can hear you.
For home.
For the recording, too.
Yeah. So just state your name and address and then
Business address or residential
Business is fine, right?
business is fine. Yeah.
Nope, it's all good.
It's all good.
Way to go.
Todd Wigan, I own Ann's Market over at River's Edge off 115. But my question is, I know you guys are talking about projecting signs and illumination signs and sandwich signs. What about like flag signs? I know that opens like a whole new can of worms, but I don't know. That's basically my only concern, because I mean, right on 115, you got people flying by doing 50 miles an hour, and right now all we have over there is those. It's not even. I think it's
The stake lawn sign I saw.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to have that, but the blue the blue signs and that, which is whatever it is, 4 square feet or whatever it is, but it's blue and white, and no one can read any of those signs flying by. We just want something to grab somebody's attention so they know that there's actual businesses in there, that it's not just a medical building or an office building, but I don't know. That's my concern. I don't know if that flag signs fall under any of the signs you guys are talking about, but or if I need a special permit or something, but
The town doesn't allow them.
okay.
The big ones that are like 8 or 10 feet in the air.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought you guys were talking about changing the bylaws. That's why.
Yeah, no, it's
time
good
to
to
bring it
bring it
up,
up. We
but-
appreciate that.
Yeah. The ones that came up, that were, so a couple of things that came up with the businesses in town was, the visibility of the signs, like you said. Especially yours, I think, because they're like just blue and white. It's also really dark over there. So internally illuminated signs, that's one of the ones that we get we have a lot of conversations about because they're not allowed currently. So that's one of the options that we talked about. Having, yours is like a unique situation, I think, because you're kind of off the road, but because even if you put the lights up above, that doesn't help you at the street.
To be honest with you, like where Ann's Market is, it's like in an alcove off that building. So
Right.
you can't even see whatever we're allowed, the 10 square foot sign. You can't even see mine from the road.
The
So
road at all.
basically,
Yeah.
my reliability is on that, I don't know what you call it, the billboard sign
Yep.
off of
On the
115.
front,
which
that has,
no one can read. I
Does
mean,
River's Edge have a marquee sign out on 115 listing all the businesses?
it
They do,
does.
but that's what I'm talking
It's really hard
about.
to see, and it's only blue and white. So you actually don't even know, like you wouldn't.
you can't tell what businesses are in
can't.
there.
Maybe it's
driving
not
by
as big as it
doing
could have
that.
been.
You think that should be redesigned so that it's functional with the developer?
Especially if we can
I
have
do, I
illuminated
mean,
signs now.
If it could be illuminated, that would be really helpful,
that
but I
would-
think the colors also aren't
that would help
helpful. The blue and white,
color-
because it doesn't
color
have your
change.
brand colors.
Let Jen take it.
I know for me, people drive past it all the time. I have two locations, so I'm at 18 Union Street. I'm also located at 65 Holbrook. I've had clients just drive right past and be like, I can't find you. Although they know my business is here, so it makes it almost impossible for me to get new clients based on where I'm located. So I think that that's very difficult. Both spaces, we do have marquee signs, but you can't see them from far away. And the lighting is really bad. So again, you drive right past it. You know, it's like he was saying, at 65 Holbrook, it's all blue and white. So it just looks like a big blur. You can't distinguish one business from another. So I think that's why he was saying, even if he could put out a little sign that said sandwiches, then people might drive by and be like, I'm hungry, I'd like a sandwich. You know, so it would just make it simpler so that way people would actually know there's
Sandwich boards would help
businesses.
you then, right?
In that
You
location,
can read a sandwich board driving by at 45
Yeah.
miles an hour.
Yeah.
the internally illuminated signs I think would help you guys a lot, but the colors don't help either because it doesn't show your brand. You know, it's just a blue and white sign that could be anything.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Which you can't see at night.
No, not at all.
And the lettering is so small.
It's so small, yeah.
They're trying to cram a lot in that little space.
You could read it if you're walking down the sidewalk, but
Well, the other thing with that, I mean, the challenge is that location too. I mean, you actually have a sign that's not even, it's past the entrance, right? So you're,
correct.
so it's,
You're not gonna turn around and
it's not in a,
take a mental note, maybe.
Have you guys ever talked to Tom DePlacido about?
Yeah, he's all for working with us.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Well, perhaps if we allow internally lit signs, maybe that could be redone.
Yeah, that would help.
Because that's what part of the whole changes
We
are.
haven't made
Yeah.
the thing any
the
bigger.
first thing that would think just observationally is if that sign, that freestanding sign was brought towards the entrance to the property, right? So that way it comes in your line of sight. So if you come in from out of town coming in, you take, okay, here's the sign, then boom, I take the right into that property.
Yeah.
And then coming out of the center of town, at least it's in your driver's line of sight. Oh, take the left, there's the sign, you can see it. It's so far away from that entranceway.
Right.
So
a unique problem.
regardless of the sign, it's in a terrible location.
Right, and I get why it's at that location. It's because it's there's dual purpose to the property there, you know.
No, I get it, but from a business, right, so what
The residents at River's Edge, and I'm almost 100% positive they're not gonna wanna move that sign, plus you're talking, I mean, how are you gonna?
So, I mean,
Well, it's not the
unfortunately,
resident,
we
it's the
can't
business sign.
solution that, right?
What's that?
You know, we can't really just solution that. One, we're not the property owner, and two, you know, we don't have a bylaw to solution it with yet. I think that's what we need to focus on first.
Well, if it's internally, if you allow internally illuminated signs,
Right.
That would be helpful over there.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. That's what we're trying to do.
Get over there.
Yeah.
and then if it,
And the blue and white.
but at the same time, evaluate the location of the sign.
The deli and have.
Right, we can make recommendations
Yeah, I get it.
after the fact.
No, I get it.
Yeah, we can't tell him what to do.
Right, no.
I don't think that'll
I
be,
guess it was, I'm sorry, I apologize. It's roundabout say, those signs that you asked for are the ones that they are functional in terms of some respects with businesses, the flag signs.
Right. I mean,
But they're the signs that are ones that residents do raise the most objections in terms of, not being as
Okay.
aesthetically pleasing.
There's a slew of them over on Pond Street now. Like
And they
as you're
just
going
gotta-
towards the horse and carriage.
Right. And they just got a violation notice for those.
yeah, Dunkin' Donuts had them up a lot years ago.
So those are the ones that,
they do make ones that have like a sleeve that go into the
Size of
ground.
the visitor
There's
sign.
a Permanent sign.
Front, is
Put
it
'em all,
small?
just like the
Well,
sandwich boards.
the monument is big, but then each placard is.
no, totally understand. I think the big picture concept is to try to make some improvements to the sign code that is pretty restrictive to give some other opportunities for signage for businesses as a first step.
We have a bylaw on marquee signs.
And I completely understand, but I could, on the internal side, and the town hall side, we get that sign is not what we want to see, and, so it's that,
We're trying to
balance those two, right?
The request of the town versus, the request of the business owners.
yeah.
And so, that's what we're trying to do. And, we'll take your recommendation under advisement, absolutely, as we continue to refine this. Unfortunately, at this point in time, I don't know if there's a way, I don't know if we can bake that in just yet, because I think if we start throwing things in here like that, at the town meeting, they're gonna say, no, we don't want those. And then this entire thing's gonna drop. And so I think, as we said earlier, crawl, walk, run, we're going to get an avenue to have much better signage. Once we have this portion done, which allows us to have illuminated signs, then there might be an opportunity for you to talk to Placido and say, hey, we've got this now, like, what else do you need in order for us to have better signage for all of these businesses here? And then you can come back to us and say, hey, these other things aren't working, and we can continue to modify it.
I mean, it's obviously, sorry.
I was just going to say, I know it's a long and strenuous process, but unfortunately, at least we're not saying no, I mean, that used to be the tenet of, if you want to do something in Norfolk, what are the first two letters of Norfolk? No.
Two questions.
But we're trying to move past that.
We have marquee signs allowed, like at Linda's Variety, the big sign out front. Is there which they have at River's Edge? What is are there limits of the sizes of those? And are there limits on
There is.
having just one, or can you have two?
No, it's one.
Just one?
Yeah, per property. Yeah,
Per what? Per business? Per building?
per property. So one freestanding sign on the ground for property owned by, wrong section.
How many buildings are over there? A couple?
Property owned by the town and/or subdivided down.
Yeah, and then you're in a separate building?
No, we're all in the same.
You're all the same building, same footprint?
Yeah, I think the two areas that seem like they would benefit the most from the internally illuminated, are the C4 district where they are, and then obviously 1A.
Yeah, it's one,
Freestanding sign.
yeah,
ground
one
mount,
freestanding
4.
sign on the ground.
Says you can go up to 100 square foot per side.
It is one.
100 square feet is 10
Per
by,
side.
10 by 10.
Yeah.
What do you think that is? Any guess?
8 by
It's close.
8 by 12.
It is.
But he's got both sides, but it doesn't help because the entrance is 200 feet back here.
You gotta move the side, this is where it is.
Yeah. So I think you could, well, yeah, it's one, but you could get more than one with a special permit process.
That's what I was asking.
Right.
Yeah, so,
Because, he's got that entire side that is on the street.
Because he could have one sign for the professional offices near where the professional offices are, and then one closer to the entrance where the more retail places are, and have that a whole separate sign. And if they were both illuminated, then you at least get more exposure. And with two signs, you'll be able to get, what are they, 2x2 blue squares or something? You can get them a much bigger size illuminated. You probably have a little more traffic attention, you know?
But that's more long-term too, right? Short-term, assuming what we're presenting here gets
because
passed.
you just said that you could have two ground-mounted signs.
Yeah, but it still has to be installed, right? It has to be designed, right?
Right.
You're talking 24 months, but for now, if this gets,
No, not at all.
okay.
If you could have two signs, 10 by 10, that would be up to the developer to put them in. And that's not that's a 3-month process.
Okay.
That's no big
They're
deal.
talking about applying now for another freestanding sign.
Right.
Which would be right after town meeting, assuming it.
That way you could have two illuminated signs.
So you could have one for the offices that are farther down 115, and one more towards the entrance where the retails are.
And,
Give them each double the size for each of their businesses. So between that and being illuminated, you'll obviously get a lot more exposure. The color
You should
stuff
put
in
it
here
for
is
larger
just, looks like a blue
sizes.
sky you should drive.
Yes, it does. It doesn't help for your brand recognition and building the brand either to not have, it's not your brand, it's blue and white that happens to say Exhale or happens to say Ann's Market.
Everybody knows my rainbow, so if that was there, I think they'd be like, oh.
So maybe issue special for large or additional signs as noted.
Yeah, number 19.
If you could have two and they're both 10 by 10, can they be bigger than 10 by 10 with a special permit?
to
The
15.
narrative doesn't talk about the size, the table talks.
No freestanding sign shall be higher than 10 feet from the average finished grade of adjoining ground to the top of the sign, except to a maximum of 15 feet by special permit through the planning board.
I think it's section 4 is freestanding sign,
Right.
like a monument sign.
Which can be greater than 100 square feet per
But
side.
that's in violation of what we just said on number 12.
Surprise.
If you read number 12, it says up to 15 feet by special permit of the planning board.
Is that a ground-mounted
No, you're talking-
marquee sign? That's a different type of sign.
You're still restricted on the size of the lettering also.
Well, so that's what John was saying. If there were less signs, like less business signs on each one of those, then they could be bigger. Yeah. So that could help for visibility.
8 inches high.
Overall sign, I think, is
No, the lettering size was never in the code, I don't believe.
the overall signage.
I mean, I also don't see anything saying that we can't have multiple wall signs. And he's got that entire of, just siding on the side of 115 that you could put additional wall signs on as well, technically.
Well,
that's a problem. Different sections disagree with each other.
One wall
why we need
sign
to clean
per
them up.
street, road, or private way for each separate and distinct establishment advertising the name of the establishment and/or goods or services rendered with the size not exceeding 20. By special, except by special permit.
Right.
With 12 square feet allowed for each, but that doesn't say that we couldn't do multiple signs by special permit.
I think we should give Rick some time to look up and see what the existing law is now for these. And then after he finds out if there's a chance to have a bigger sign or two signs, then we can double check into what we're rewriting and make sure nothing in the rewrite is going to conflict with what's already on there.
Right.
And maybe we can get, I know Tommy would love to get more business. It affects him, obviously, so I think that he'd be all for something like that and work with us if it was possible. Why don't we let Rich double check? We may be in a good state just by the ambiguity of the sign bylaws, because there could be a spot in there that leaves it open to be able to do that by special permit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel comfortable saying that I found one, maybe even two ways of, expanding your exposure through additional signage just with what's originally in there. And nothing that I see is being taken out by anything that we're proposing. We're just adding to that as well. And so, I think that goes a long way to addressing some of those concerns. And like I said, next iteration, we can expand it even further especially as we start getting some of those applications through the special permit process. We can start seeing really what are people putting out there and, kind of expand based on that as well.
Yeah, I'll double check with the building department for sure, and then, I'll talk to the building department, then also just talk in general, all the businesses within that location, to talk to, Mr. DePlacido and see if there's options, to talk about different options, in terms of signage. Within the bylaw.
Correct.
But also looking at some of the proposed changes too, so. I think, in terms of where we're at today, the whole, it's kind of the evolutionary process. Having what you're out there was a big step for the town, actually, to have mixed use out there in terms of, so it's a progression, so.
Well, I think that the sign just being closer to the entrance to get back there where these folks have their.
Yeah,
would be
totally.
a huge step by itself. This isn't like in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So as far as, I'm sorry, as far as like the special permit.
Still need a microphone. Or just come up over here.
Yeah, you can sit here.
Or you could
At
just
the
sit there.
Table there, if that's easier.
Sure enough. But as far as like the special permits you guys keep talking about now, who do?
Those don't exist just yet.
Okay.
So there's a couple that do with regards to multiple signs. That does. With the changing of the sign size, that does as well. So those exist, and those, to my understanding, would be us.
That they be issued through you guys or the building department, you guys? All right.
It'd be
That's my
through
only question.
be through the planning board.
Yes.
Right. And then if these changes pass, then the illumination would be another feature that would be by special permit through the planning board.
Right.
And that meeting where we're going to ask the town to approve that and go through the presentation is in May, so it's not that far away.
So there's a light at the end of all of this.
Literally, hopefully.
Pun intended.
Pun intended, yes.
And then just to let you know, in terms of next steps, the other thing what we need to do, because cost has been part of this process in a way. So the board will have time to revisit permitting costs that they do have control over. And then some cost they don't have control, which is advertising costs. We'll get into that in greater detail, but they're going to try to make it hopefully, not overburning in terms of cost, because the special permit now is very expensive. It's $750.
For a sign special permit?
Yeah, because we don't distinguish yet.
In theory, the government agency is supposed to only charge enough to reimburse its actual costs. We're for free. We're nothing for free.
So it's a pretty high cost now in terms of what's being required. So that's another thing we got to go over.
So I just want to say my sign that I have over here at 18 Union Street, the permit costs more than the sign itself. So it's just something like I didn't realize that it was a cost that I was going to have to accrue. So I think that's an important thing to think about too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good point. Any other comments, feedback?
I think that we're definitely moving in the right direction. It makes us feel very positive about being in town, to feel that you're listening to our concerns and that you want us here. So thank you.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so I think we workshopped all this. We still have...
Question about the billboards.
We have a question on number 2, the off-premise signs that Rich is going to get with town council on, and find out how to handle that with regards to how the Lions Club does what they do with the select board and so forth. But it's my understanding that's really the only outstanding issue on this as of right now. I know we still have more work to do later. I mean, this is the first, our first change to this, and there'll be more coming, but this is our first change that we're trying to get over this hurdle. So, so we're at a point where if we're gonna have the public hearing at our next March meeting, we need to, I guess, vote to not necessarily approve this, but to recommend, or I forget the exact
We
wording.
don't have to do that yet, do we?
No, we're still working it.
But we need to put this on we need to get this on the warrant.
Yeah, we need to put it on the warrant. So yeah,
So we need to put a placeholder.
I think the placeholder is, as discussions evolved tonight, is probably the way to go.
Yeah.
And then you can work on the.
So you need a vote from us to put a placeholder in for the sign by law changes?
Yes.
Okay. So, where's so I would, looking for a motion to put a placeholder at the May 17th town meeting for zoning bylaw changes to the sign bylaw, which is section 310-69.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, no yawning, Betsy. We got a long road ahead of us, I have a feeling.
Can we
MacArthur.
take Franz for?
Yep, we will. I was thinking the same thing. Let's
Sorry to keep you waiting.
let's pause on this, on the bylaw changes and go back to 10 MacArthur Ave. So we have revised covenants. Yes, thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Do you wanna come up and,
Yeah, if you give us a quick overview.
Yeah. So what happened?
Hold on, you need a microphone. Or you can come up to the desk and sit.
Okay.
No announcements on.
Is that where you? Okay.
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so,
So just state your name and address.
okay, Franz Burke, and my business address is,
Well, you're talking about 10 MacArthur. So
I'm talking about 10
Yeah, that's
MacArthur
fine.
Avenue. So that's my property that I own. So something came up last fall. I had applied for the building permit for the retaining wall last July and got it, started the project. Got a lot of flack from a couple of neighbors that, didn't like what was being done and stuff. And so then I applied for the building permit for the house itself a few weeks later because I hadn't had the plans ready yet for the house. And in that process, the assistant building inspector, after he reviewed the plans and said they were okay, basically turned around and consulted with town council, and town council said, gee, I have a problem with the plan, which came as a surprise to me because we, would approve the plan here, and then, of course, it was fine when I got the building permit for the retaining wall, but all of a sudden, so I guess the town council initially wanted me to do a full survey where I get rid of the interior lot lines, because, the property's made up of all these little cottage lots that were all, it was combined years ago, so the property's joined by the merger doctrine, and I don't think anybody could ever subdivide that property. It's already a non-conforming lot, and it's the side of a hill. It's physically impossible. So the solution we came up with was to add in to the deed, the first deed out when I sell the property, that we'd actually put language right in the deed that says, hey, you cannot subdivide this property. So that way it just completely shuts the door on the possibility of the property ever being subdivided by a future owner. So basically, my attorney added 2 paragraphs to the covenant. No other changes, she just added 2 paragraphs, basically stating that I have to put in the first deed out that the property cannot be subdivided. So anybody buying the property, it's right out there, right out front, hey, you can't subdivide this property. And also that the board gets to approve, the planning board gets to approve the deed. So we added that in to satisfy town council's concerns that, the property can't be subdivided. So both town council and the building inspector have reviewed the revised covenant and approved it. So now we're presenting it to you for a signature so I can record it.
Okay. So those two paragraphs were item number 11 and 12.
I think so, yeah.
On the,
Yeah, I have the original one.
on the revised document. We had those in our Google Drive, had the original scanned, and then the new proposed Word document, or actually it was a PDF, but.
Number 9,
Right,
something
yeah.
bold in there about an upcoming date.
Was it reviewed by town council, Rich?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
Let me see.
Where's MacArthur Road?
Yeah, but that was part of the original document, that June 30th.
That's not changing.
No.
Can't find it on the map.
Where's
Yeah, that's not changing.
MacArthur?
It's on the
It's at the top, well, it intersects with Hunter Ave.
top of Populatic Pond.
If you were,
Populatic.
if you were to Google MacArthur Ave, you probably can't find it.
No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
you won't.
It's
Well, it's not a,
not
It's not a
really
street.
It's not a street yet.
Yet.
Oh,
It
is
will
this
be.
the one that we did the hammerhead on?
Yes.
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 Correct.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's not a street yet, and it kind of goes back to years ago being all, all these cottage lots, and it was.
Right. No, I was looking it up to try and get
You got to go to Hunter, right? Hunter?
yeah, you have to go, Hunter Ave runs right into these lots.
Got it, okay.
So is it off of Crescent and Hunter, or is it
No, it's right off of Hunter. It's right at the end of Hunter.
Like where Hunter ends?
like Hunter turns into Grove Avenue at some point?
and it's
No, that's not,
Yeah, the map shows Grove Avenue, but it's not really.
Not really Grove.
are you looking at Google?
Yeah, you can't look at
Can't
Google's.
find it there, it's a plat road, it's a paper road.
So, one of the things is Google is great in many ways, but its accuracy is not.
No, I hear you.
necessarily.
You provide me another vehicle, Rich, please.
What's that?
You got some GIS you want to show me?
I can, yeah. Let me just drive.
Well, it's on this little peninsula.
Yeah.
Still going, right?
Populatic somewhere, so.
I mean, all we're doing here is approving
Right,
the
it's
change
either
in the
here or
in the
here.
covenant. We
It's
already
in this
approved the
area.
project.
Right, we already
Probably
approved the
here.
project.
There's no house there.
We're just approving the additional language for number 11
I'm
and
good.
12.
Thank you.
Apple Maps, save the day.
Oh, don't tell my kid that. Do not tell my kid that.
So,
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
so-
but in terms of just a couple points though, just to, in full transparency, I would say this. Yes, I know there was issues came up with the neighbor. However, I think it's fair to say, if this wasn't land court land, the request to combine the lots by either perimeter plan or by deed wouldn't have been as big of a task.
It wouldn't have been as big of a deal. It's
So
a very
that's
expensive-
really the crux of it. So at the end of the day, in full transparency, because we do not have, some towns have the bylaws whereby a lot can be recorded land court land, that the multiple small lots together can make up a lot. Technically, our zoning bylaw doesn't define it that way. And so this is a result of that, as opposed to necessarily the neighbor had issues, but not this.
No, not this. It just sort
So-
of came up along the way.
All right.
It kind of came up along the way.
So, so this is a solution to get this thing going forward.
This is the least painful solution.
Yeah, okay. So just
And so the amendment is section 12.
Yep.
And
11 and 12, yeah.
11 and 12.
11 and
All the ones shown
12.
as-
All the old language stays the same.
Exactly.
From what I
1 to
read.
10 remain. I have the original here that was recorded, if anybody wanted to look at it.
And this is approved by council.
This is approved by council. And so you will be, as you saw in 11, you'll be seeing a deed when it comes time to convey it out, so that
Right.
permanently is on record
Okay.
as one lot.
Yep.
Cool?
I'm fine with it, but we need to vote on it. So, Eric, any other? Okay. So, looking for a motion to approve amended and restated covenant for 10 MacArthur Ave.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, who wants to talk tables?
So, we have until midnight. We're not allowed to go into the next day.
I'm out of here in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Do what you want to fit in.
Turn the air back
Then
on.
I'm
It's so warm in here.
So,
So my first question is, why do we have blanks still?
okay. So,
I already know this, so I'm just
Yeah.
gonna use the restroom.
So let me give you a quick overview here, and this is, Rich has a memo that he drafted up that explains the process of how we're gonna build this table, because it'd be really nice to just make all the changes right and go, here's the new table.
Right.
No, yeah, and I
So-
see the way it's being built.
Yeah.
And I'm
Can
fine
you
with
go
that.
over that?
So the reason we didn't put all the no's and fill in all the blanks on the first iteration was it made it really confusing to see all the changes.
Right.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I leave
Yes.
the board in great hands, but my day starts at 4:30, so
Okay.
between that and the heat, I leave it to you guys.
Thank you, John.
Nice to see
Have a
you.
good night.
John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
So all the blanks just made it super confusing to see all the bolts
Right.
and all the strike throughs and everything else. So that was going to be there's going to be 3 articles that we're going to propose. Article number 3 is going to be the article that says, now we're going to fill in all the blanks.
Gotcha.
And here's why we're going to fill in the blanks. And we're going to change all the SPs to SPPB at that same time.
SPZB.
I'm sorry, SPZB. Yep, correction. SPZB. So Article 1, where is that
So
memo?
what are the first 4 pages? This is just existing, or this is?
No, that's the
been worked?
proposed.
That's the proposed.
That's the
Final?
proposed final.
Yep.
And then as you go through it, you'll start seeing the language changes that are made. The
So
district
if we go-
changes that are made,
So where's your,
and then more language changes, and then you see the changes in this section of the table. And then you see the deletes here, and the deletes there, and blah, blah, and adds.
all right, I'm pulling up the memo. So Rich put this memo together because
This is really well done.
we're going to present it to we're talking about it tonight as a board, but then we're also going to have to present this to, may or may not have to present this to select. They're going to more than likely send it off to advisory. We're going to have to discuss it with them. And then we're also going to have to do it at town meeting. So it's like, let's make this try and make it logical how we're building this, because this is huge. As we know, we've been talking about it for almost a year now.
This is really well done.
And so I pulled up Rich's memo and Article 1, so I'm just gonna kind of go through the bullet point. Article 1 is the first article that merges the uses from B1, C1, C4, and C6 into one giant table.
Yep.
And and then that way, now you can see this giant table and you can see how there's conflicts, right? So the first article is also going to remove, there's some asterisks in there that came over from Article 9, 10, 11, and 12. And so we're going to clean that up. And we're going to alphabetize it, because it wasn't alphabetized. So now it's one giant table and needs to get alphabetized. So that's all Article 1. Bring it all together, whole stock, alphabetize it, and then make all those language changes so the articles now reference the table. So now it's like, we created the table, but we gotta tell the articles how we're using it. So that's Article 1.
You had me until you said alphabetized. A and C come before B and T.
I did notice that.
You had me right until that word.
Public and semi,
Public uses, and then transportation and utility uses come before agricultural uses and commercial uses.
The big headings.
Oh, so the
So we
headers are-
we alphabetized the uses, not the subdistrict,
Right.
not subheadings.
Okay. So
Oh,
the,
okay.
So the sub.
Because we
subheadings
kept-
remain the same.
We kept them in the same order that's in the existing table today.
You just alphabetize the
uses.
Line items.
Alphabetize the uses, but not the headers.
That's
Okay.
fair.
All right.
Is it though?
I think so.
Could we alphabetize the headers? Or no?
We
Something to
could.
ponder on. So let's,
I mean, as long as it's cohesive,
Yeah.
it really doesn't.
I won't die on that hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing.
All right.
It
Article.
was earlier in the meeting. I'd sit here.
Like at 10 o'clock.
Article 2. So I'm just giving
Well,
you.
I'll tell you, so part of the reason why, because it's, now we have the, general codes out there, so we could do it, but we're trying to cut down as many moving parts as we possibly could.
Which is fair.
This is really well done, the way it's been presented.
So,
I really appreciate the work and effort that's been put into it as it exists in front of me right now.
Yeah, what did strike me from Eric's comments at the last meeting, which would have me go back in terms of what Bob had put together, which was awesome.
Yeah.
But he had a couple of use sub-districts where we didn't have an existing bylaw. They kind of moved some uses around, so the whole goal of you want to lay this out, so it was like, all right, here's what's there today, and we're kind of taking these steps.
Right.
So that's why we laid it out this way. So hopefully it builds on itself, and then it's easier for everybody to follow.
Yeah,
So Article 1, bring it all together, change the language in the articles, so now we're using the table, but we're not making any changes to anything in the table. We're just bringing it together, and now you can really see the conflicts that we have, that Bob experiences every day. Article 2, now we're diving in and going, all right, let's clean up the language. You've got 4 or 5 things that say the exact same thing. And so Article 2 is going to have a whole bunch of sections. That's why it's like, 30 pages long, because now it does that deep dive into each one of the conflicts with strike through, new language, and then it brings down the uses, and then Rich even put in there a lot of Bob's comments. If he had a comment in there, now we're not sure if we can bring those comments forward to the warrant, because advisory typically always has the comments. But for us here, it's a great tool to have, so we know why we're doing it.
Do we form a subcommittee to create a PowerPoint deck to just quickly explain all this stuff that we can share online?
First, you need a committee to appoint the subcommittee.
Yeah.
Got to keep the order of operations right, bud.
Yeah. And then Article 3 is to fill in all the empties with no's, change all the SP, add the suffix ZB to the SPs, and that's the final product. Well,
ship it, love it.
So,
kill the comments. Other than that, I think we're good.
My joke about subcommittee aside.
Yeah.
PowerPoint deck explaining.
So that is the dilemma.
Where is number 3?
It's a separate,
so it's
a separate
not really,
file, that's all. It's just a separate file of them all.
Basically, number 3 is going to be, so see the first 4 pages here?
Right.
That's going to be, number 3 will take this, because this is the final table minus filling in all the blanks. These first couple pages.
Yep.
So it's fill in all the blanks with no's.
Yeah.
Right, this should be titled, this is probably article number 3.
Yeah, it is. Yep. This should be PB number 3.
Final table.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right. This should be.
But we do need to talk about that article.
Why? What? Yeah, we did. Why?
The reason why is because the way we've built this flow of this whole project now is because we're only going to be adding no's into the table, which is already no. So by default, if it doesn't say allowed by right or special permit, by default, the way our bylaw is structured, it means no.
Right.
And then we're just labeling special permit to ZBA. So we're just add that in there. It could be just one line item and not cut down on the warrant.
Oh, what you're saying is we don't necessarily have to put the table in.
The final table.
The final table in for PB3 because it's just like fill in the blanks. And that would save multiple pages on the warrant.
That's fine.
But then you got a final product to look at.
You will.
We can apply it.
You all will in the end. So the final product will be
Or we provide this as a handout.
You do it as a handout, as a final.
And not, that way it doesn't have to get printed in the warrant, because that's like another 1, 2, 3, 5 pages.
Yeah, it's our tax money.
Well, that's the shortest piece of this whole thing.
I know.
We could do it as a handout. Well, I mean, that,
I know.
Can we have it, that, like, the final finished product? Like Eric said, I feel like you're looking through all of this even as a handout, and then it's like, okay, so then what? You know, like, I feel like if you see it all together, it's gonna be, like,
Hey,
you
look,
see
we
exactly
started with all
why
these
we're
pages and
doing
made
it.
these pages.
What's that?
We started with all these and we turned it into this.
Yeah.
So, and that was, so for this exercise, Rich and I were talking, let's not fill in the blanks yet, but we could provide the one complete document as a handout.
Just as a final product.
Right.
Do we have to provide the document? Can we just have the town moderator show a couple of slides at that point to show what the final piece would look like?
yeah, we could. I mean, you
Yeah,
could do
but
it
you
that way.
own that business, you're gonna take the time to look at it ahead of time to see that you're still compliant.
I mean, we're not making any, like, significant changes.
You're not making any changes to it,
Right.
no, because it's,
These are all
again,
insignificant changes that we're just doing some, cleanup on.
you're filling the blanks with no's and ZB next to the SP.
Right. And everything that, is currently existing exists continuously.
One, it's crazy. If you look at this first page here, the third use down, facility for the evaluation, treatment, counseling, and so forth, there's 3 no's in there. There's no yeses. But somebody specifically put 3 no's in. The whole thing should be no. I mean, there's just really strange inconsistencies.
Right.
And so when I look at this and I see the 3 no's, I'm like, well, these aren't yeses, but what are they?
They could have been yeses and then changed to nos,
Well, we
and that's
also
why
give
they
them a
exist. Or,
So-
yeah, it's just craziness.
Zones are.
Yeah, I don't know if I care how we have
You
the
could give
final
'em a
product, but I
map
think it would be
or-
nice to show the final,
Yeah.
like, this is what it will look like
Well,
after.
I mean, and that could be
It can be
done.
a slide.
I still like this iteration. We don't want to lose this iteration that does not have the blanks filled out. It's a final version without everything
Yeah.
filled in.
Yeah.
It would be nice to have a final with everything filled out.
Why can't we have a final?
Why not?
I know,
Oh.
She's asking.
I was just wondering why we don't have a final right now.
Well, because
Because we're,
if you were to have a final,
Yep.
now all the no's have to be bold. And the ZB at the end of SP would also have to be bold. And it's really, and then it's busy. It's really hard to
Oh,
see.
so as an article, you mean?
All right, I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just mean
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like
All
a
right,
reference
yeah. All right,
document.
now I get, now
Yeah.
I'm catching on.
Like, just, something.
Yeah.
to
no, we're
show.
totally fine. Well, that's what we're,
So what do we
we
want
got
as
off
a
track,
reference
but the
document?
idea is that we're gonna have a
This
could
is
le-
the final.
the
Mark
table,
the
the
notes.
table the way it is, without all filled out, and it's no, and then SPZB. That's the final product. Well, technically, sorry, not the final product, but and then we can fill it out. It's clean
It is.
the way it is without all the no's and SPZB, because now all that condensing and creating all the uses is all together in one document, right? So that's what 3 is about. Like, we've cleaned up the,
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So
so it's condensed, and then,
So will we go, say, at another town meeting and,
no,
no, we're
it'll
gonna
be the
do it
same.
now?
no, it's gonna be filled out, but instead of putting that big table
Yeah,
in the warrant, we'll have it as a handout.
okay.
Right. So it
You'll
doesn't
see
have
the
all
final
bold
product.
and all of that, because you don't need it. But just
No, it'll just
something
be
to show
filled
you
out, yep.
that it's complete.
Yep.
So when it if it gets
Yeah.
all,
That's what I would do. I would just have the couple sentences for Article 3, for our planning board Article 3, couple sentences, no table, and then the handout is, here would be the proposed final version.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. With no strike-throughs, no bowls, no nothing. It's like, this is, and I think you might have said, is like, all these pages built this 5-page document. I think you
Eric.
said that, right?
Eric did.
Somebody said it, yeah. Somebody said that, yeah.
Yeah. And then you can see, because it looks incomplete, and it's, even, I know it's cleaner, it's not messy, it doesn't have strike-throughs in bold.
Right.
But then here's the complete version, where there's no question if it's really a no.
Yep.
By God, can we center all of that? It's the small things that make me happy.
Maybe.
So the goal is here.
'Cause the header's
is
centered.
To have
Right.
three separate.
I hate having been a graphic designer.
Three
in my
separate
life.
articles.
Three articles.
Three
Yep.
articles, yeah.
First one builds
First has got a
it.
few parts.
Yeah, the first one's got a lot of pieces. And
So
so
does the second one.
if you look at, and so if you look at PB, so you go to, it's like page 6 or whatever.
Yeah,
PB Article 1, there's a section A.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, here's what we're doing, we're building it. And then there's a section B to,
So, my question, Chad,
yeah,
specifically to you, just as you were educating us on these amendments, will you be educating the town as well as we're reviewing them?
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. And this is where Rich and I worked on that memo document to give the overview of how we, it's such a huge, heavy lift to make this awesome consolidated table that we started with 50 articles. And we knew that was not realistic. And
We did, we still have a lot of actions, but not
Wow.
articles.
now we have 3 articles.
3 articles,
first two-
multiple actions in that second one.
Right.
Right.
I think the way that we've
But here's the
chunked
takeaway.
everything that works.
I think the takeaway is this is a large project, and I think it requires what's in here. You know what I mean? Like, you
Like
can't,
I said several times, this
yeah,
is an amazing riff of what we originally had.
yeah.
And then
So,
we'll have to talk to town moderator. We'll have to talk to Jay and go, okay, how do we want to handle this at the town meeting? My thought was to do similar like we do for the budgets, where he'll have the different line items up there and he'll just say, I'm going to go through it and you say hold, and then we can talk about it. So we would do something similar where we got something on the screen, it'd be like, okay, whatever the section would be. Just pick like,
PB2.
yeah, on PB2, it'd be like commercial uses. Nobody says anything. Then you go down to the next one.
Public
Nobody
and semi-public.
nobody says anything.
That's the best way.
And then someone says hold. Okay, all right. We go through the whole list, then we can circle back and talk about it.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. Now, when can you have that discussion with Jay?
We probably need to have that sooner than later.
yeah,
Ask him how we want to present this.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Because at that public, if we're okay with this, we're going to have the public hearing in March. So I would, definitely start that public hearing with the overview of the 3 articles and how we built them, and then let's talk about it.
So we go with, so submit this,
Ship it.
I'll ship it out, get rid of the commentary there.
Yep.
Obviously, that's not going to go on the warrant, but, and then we would have the hearing on this one on March 14th.
Yes.
The sign one,
Right.
I don't know, I don't, we won't have enough time for that one.
Oh, hell yeah.
Get
Let's get
Bob
that.
here too,
We got to get that shipped too.
some of these too.
Can't we work async on, you have town council review that and shoot us an email saying, hey, this is what that means and all that stuff, and then us to, if we need to, call a 10-minute meeting and I'll jump on Zoom and say what we want.
How much time, Betsy, how much time do you need legally to post a public meeting for a planning board?
48 hours.
48 hours? Okay, so
Well, that's
I hear what you
okay.
said. We could have a special planning board meeting, as long as we give the town 48 hours, just to talk about those final changes on sign. That's where you're heading, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to get that on there.
Yeah, for
You saw these two.
No, hold on, we're not saying we're not getting it on there,
Making
though.
me sad.
Hold on, that's not what I'm saying. By any stretch of the imagination.
All right, talk to me, Rich. Talk me
Okay.
off the ledge.
All right, fine. So one,
He's like, no, walk.
because it has to go to the paper.
For the public hearing.
Oh, yeah, it's a public hearing, so it's different
Yeah.
than just.
Well, the public hearing is what, like a 3-week advance notice?
So I have to send it to the news, it's gonna be advertised twice, starting 2 weeks before, so it's gonna be advertised on the 7th. And February 28th, I've gotta get it to the paper.
Seventh.
Well, as long
So I mean-
as the placeholder's there, we can wait till the April meeting. to-
The
Well, but if we,
28th and the 7th.
there's a
So I
much
actually
longer
gotta get it
runway
done.
for announcements of a public hearing.
I gotta get it done this week, so you,
And if we still want to do the public hearing in March, we definitely would have to have some other select or planning board meeting, and hoping that we approve it. If we don't approve it, then I don't know how you cancel the public hearing, but we'd have to.
Don't go off the ledge yet, all right? Just so walk it through. So the 14th, it's got to go in the paper on February 28th.
So it has to go into the paper on February 28th, which means we have to submit it to the paper on the 14th?
No, it's got to go
no, I gotta.
next week.
I gotta send it next week, so I've gotta have it done the end of this week, so before Rich goes on vacation. Just legal ad.
It'd have to be done by the end of the week.
Yeah.
But we're doing one anyway for this stuff, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We can do all one ad.
So if we get to the point where we have the hearing and we talk about it and we say, no, we don't want to do this right now, then what happens?
Nothing.
Nothing really.
So I say we do it anyway.
Well, do you want to see the final?
We're talking about one little.
It's just the legal ad that has to go, and that's not a big deal.
No, I know. I mean, the last bit in terms of the.
Yeah, I mean, we can
about
make an amendment and vote on that and then close the hearing, can't we?
Yeah, we could do that.
We've done it in the past for other things.
Oh, yeah, you can make an.
We've done that.
You can make an amendment, you just can't,
You're thinking about timing for sending it to the printers and all of that too?
No, I was just thinking of the ad.
We just have to post the ad. We don't have to post the whole thing for printers.
Let's post it.
So we can send it off to the paper this week.
Yeah.
Yep.
And,
I've got
Let's do
it
that.
just about done anyway. So.
yeah, and we'll just see what the heck happens with council in terms of
Yes.
that one.
All right, at our next meeting.
Right. The
At your
legal
next
ad.
meeting.
The legal ad really just says.
This is the topic.
You know, number one, to see if the town will vote to amend the Norfolk zoning bylaws, section 310-6.9 sign regulations by deleting the following strike-through language and adding the following new language in bold print, or take any action in relation
There too.
thereto. Sorry.
Which is where we make our amendment if we want to make
So the
changes.
legal ad is not that the lift, it's just that when that legal head hits, we gotta have the language so people can inspect it, that's all, so.
Okay. Yeah, so we ship the language as is. You know, we talk to legal. If you get something back from them that makes sense, you can run it by.
We can make an amendment at the meeting. You can make a you can
Right.
modify it
Right.
at the, okay,
Yeah, let's do it. Sweet.
all right.
We have a plan.
I'm good with that.
We're all good with this? Okay.
So on Article 2, I have a recommendation. It's just a formatting thing. It's nothing to do with the language. To make it easier, so like, you've got strike-throughs, and then you have a gap, and then you have a new row for the new language. Why have a gap? Why not just make it all one big table? Why not just add that row to that table?
So it looks like it's connected to the
So
header?
it looked like it's connected, because when I'm reading this, it's hard, because I see it just a whole bunch of boxes that aren't connected. It just,
I vote nay on that. I like the visual separation personally because it means to me that this is being consolidated into this new format.
yeah, but if you just had that at the bottom of it in bold.
It's like an accounting sheet in my head.
Let me get to where you're at first, so I can see what page you're on.
Where does number 2 start?
Well, it's.
Go to page 11.
Well,
You had it on
it's
11.
called page 1, but.
So
Here, let's pick,
Look at page 11.
yeah, let's pick at page 11.
Okay.
So you've got the consolidation of the nursing home and the facility for physical
Right.
therapy.
Yep.
Both of those are crossed out and consolidated into nursing home, hospice, respite facility. So he's saying remove that blank space and
Bring
make
that
it all
row up.
into one table. To me, that doesn't look like, an equation. This minus this equals this.
I'm not even looking at it from an equation perspective. I'm just looking at it as how I read that, it
Yeah.
just makes sense to see it slightly separated.
Well, and this is a,
No, it looks like
this
it's
is a
missing its
fun,
headers.
this is a funky one because, well, no, that's not it, never mind. I
We separated them,
I mean,
haven't we separated them all? Or
I
no?
think what you did was you separated the ones that were consolidations to show that it's a net new item. And
Yeah.
for the ones that you didn't consolidate, but you left one of the options open, you left it as a row. So if you look at page 10 on the left where medical is
Yep.
there, you have medical, dental, and optical clinics, medical, optical, and dental clinics, and then medical, dental, and optical clinics. So you chose the latter and kept that one and stroked through the other two.
Yeah.
So this is where you're using the existing language that's already consolidated and just removing two of those items. And on page 11, what we're seeing is we're, again, deleting on the top those items because those are going to get consolidated between those two separate tables into this last one, into the brand new table.
So we know that because we've been staring at this for months. Should we make it consistent one way or the other?
I'd argue we don't know that because this is the first time we've seen it presented this way.
True.
But we know what the expected outcomes are, so.
That's fair, yes, I'll give you that. I think, though, through the power of PowerPoint and Chad's voice, he will diligently explain this to the populace in the town of Norfolk.
I have faith in Chad as well.
Well, so on page
you.
11, I can see removing, so district,
That's redundant. You don't need that there.
that goes away, and then that other
Right.
header, another column with all the districts on it, we could get rid of it.
Arguably, though, you need it because you're representing data from two separate tables. And arguably, you should also put the reference of where those tables were originally.
Yeah, it looks like they probably came from a bunch of different sections of the initial.
Arguably.
Well, then you gotta also state where you're putting it back. So there should be a header above the new one to say, if it came from two different places and you're eliminating both, then you gotta state where you're putting it back.
Nobody said this was gonna be easy.
No, it's not. It's not easy.
It's the fun part, though.
No, I get
Being
that,
almost
yeah.
done.
So I have to go back through it, just check. I see what you're saying.
Oh, I accidentally restarted my computers.
Damn, Max.
So do you want,
Because you can see how on page 10, it's all consolidated together. It looks simple. Then you go to page 11, I'm like, okay, what happened here? At the top of page 11, but then the bottom of page 11, I get that.
I think if we put this in front of town council, they're gonna ask you to note where each table was originally in the original bylaws, because you need to be able to reference the original section of the.
Well, that's where Rich did go and add this commercial.
Right, but that
as a
doesn't
category.
reference like the section and.
Well, but you got rid of all that in the article before it.
now, in the first article, they're in those subsections. Right, so those medical and dental are in the, commercial.
So it's just referencing Article 9, 10, 11, and 12, and removing that, you mean?
Let me scroll down, so medical, dental, and optical clinics, and then medical, optical, and dental clinics.
Bottom of page 6 is where they're.
Yeah, bottom of page 6, they're together under commercial use. They were merged into that.
Yeah, that's for the final table, that's fine.
No,
that's table 1, the merging everything.
Oh.
We need like.
So what you're saying is, okay, to see if the town,
pink sheets as you progress.
Follow me, so they're,
No, I'm not, because the wording at the top says, to see if the town will vote to adopt the following non-substantive changes in bold print to the zoning bylaw, but by and large, consolidating these all into one separate table is a change.
Right, but this is Article 3. These first few pages.
Article 1
So
starts
then-
on page
You
1.
gotta separate these into 3 separate
Yeah.
packages.
So it,
Different colors.
There you go.
there you go.
Go away.
Wait, no, you got these.
This is Article 1, page 1.
PB1, to see if the town will vote to adopt the following substantive changes. Zoning bylaw, blah, 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 politically into the schedule use of attachment, won't take any action to. Okay, so page 6 of this section is what you're saying.
Yes, that's right. Page 6,
6 of Article, call it 1.
near the bottom, has medical twice.
Okay.
It says medical, dental, and optical, and then medical, optical, and dental.
So then why,
However,
in,
for consistency purposes, I could space it, so the new one, which is the bold, so we could either do one way or the other. We can do it like it is on page 10, or we can change it so.
I liked it better before when I thought this was all making sense.
I like page 10, personally.
So if we're moving to this table, then don't we need to represent this table separately in a future amendment with the strike-throughs in it?
Say that again?
With that,
In Article 1, we've consolidated everything into this consolidated
That's right.
table.
Yep.
In Article 2 that we're shipping, we've got some language changes.
oh, this is still Article 1.
This is still Article 1, okay, great.
Yeah, this is still,
So get
here,
rid of-
planning board 2 starts here.
So Planning Board 2 is where we're starting to remove things.
Yes.
Why then are we pulling things out of this larger table to represent that and not just doing the changes here, doing the strike-throughs here? Because now you're confusing the hell out of me.
Article 1 was just build it whole stock, no changes.
Right,
That should
perfect.
be an easy one to.
It shows the
pres-
problems.
Right.
Right.
It clearly shows the problems.
I get that.
Then it was
Try to fix the easy things.
Article 2 was section by section, go through and fix stuff.
Article 3 is.
And
Right, but
Making
what I'm
sausage,
looking.
grinding everything together. adding all
So this is the sausage. These aren't individual links, though. This is the whole chain of the sausage, right?
Yeah.
And so now we want to cut off some of the links and remove them so we have a smaller sausage, so to speak, right?
I was thinking more from the combining the baseline ingredients, which is the different types.
So you're trying to make a sandwich. All right, bad analogies all around.
So the second article, not everything is bad, so to speak, when we combine it all.
No, I
But we're
get that.
cleaning up, so like every use doesn't get touched in Article 2 in terms of into one, if you will. I don't know if that helps or not, but.
I guess for my own edification, if I was coming at this with fresh eyes, I would expect to see this then as a consolidated list with the cross-outs and the consolidations in that one table, as opposed to broken out then separately.
Well, now he's giving you the reasoning for.
But we can't put the reasoning in there. The reasoning is something that we'd have to speak to.
Well, but by having it broken out into pieces, it gives us this opportunity to have that dialogue and have stopping points to have the dialogue.
Per section or category.
It doesn't mean we can't do that still with a PowerPoint presentation. I'm talking about now when we print this and we're actually giving this to somebody, this isn't going to make any sense anymore because we are getting rid of all these comments.
Well, we're hoping I think we're gonna pass this on to advisory with the comments, right? And or not.
Right.
No, we can, yeah.
I think we should, or pass it on to select, which will send it to advisory.
I'm more worried about the, understanding the methodology though, what you're talking about.
Right. So, this isn't an apples to apples comparison anymore.
It's not supposed to, it's not intended to be either, but
Right.
I get where you're concerned, I get
Again, someone who's coming here, to be part of the budget portion of this meeting, they're gonna be presented with this now, and they're gonna have to make a decision on it. So we've asked everybody to, allow us to consolidate everything into one table.
Yep.
Then we're presenting them with multiple tables.
But if the comments are able to stay in, do you still have a problem with it?
Yes. Because we're still presenting them with multiple tables after
So
we
we're
just
not
asked
really-
them to consolidate
Guess
them
we're-
into one table.
See, I think it
Chris,
makes
we're not really
sense.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I would
We're
want it
not really
broken up into
presenting them
chunks.
multiple tables. We're breaking the parts out of the table that we're.
I get
Well,
that.
you
We
know,
all
This is
get that.
conflicting with
I-
this, so we're
I
showing you the
get all of
problems.
that. I understand that. But from a visual representation perspective, this looks like we're undoing what we just told them that we
Oh, I
wanted.
see what you're saying.
I see what you're saying, but I don't
Yeah.
agree. I think you're breaking it up into now segments where you can speak to each one, which I think comes across much better than, here's the whole table, now let me go through every line with you, which seems overwhelming.
I don't know that we have to. I think for the presentation that we do that goes with this article, we can have slides that speak to these different sections appropriately. But I think for, the handout or the warrant or whatever gets printed, we need to show that duplicative table with what's in there now and what we're removing and adding.
So what if,
And you can, if you guys want to supersede me, you're more than welcome to. I don't want to die on this hill, not at this time.
well, what if we did this? So Article 1's bring it all together. What if then Article 2 was to speak about each category, like subcategory here? You talk about each category of use. So Article 2A was public and semi-public uses, and then you go through, you show it, that you show just that section of the table with all the changes. So, and then you move on to the next, transportation and utility uses. You show all the strike-throughs and bolds. That way we're taking each one section by section. Instead of having all these little bits and pieces, now it's by each category of use.
I think that's better and easier to communicate for sure.
Yeah, I think so. Because I totally get what you're saying. We created the big table, now we're showing all these little tables.
Right.
What the hell's going on?
And to your point, again, with all of these different district titles and everything, that's the
Right.
part that was lost to me because I saw this amazing consolidated table that made a lot of sense.
Right.
And then I saw how we were trying to communicate what we did to get to that table.
Right.
But then now I'm being told that that table was wrong.
So Rich, you were putting all this together, so all the work that Bob did was pre-E-code. So then Rich had to take all that and change it for E-code. Thank you, by the way. It was a lot of work. Do you think that is possible by what I said? Like if you were to take public and semi-public uses, mark it up, and then we just talk about that?
Yeah, so we do it by section, so
Do it by section.
whatever it looks like in transportation,
Yep.
commercial and so forth.
So then you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Commercial's huge. 6, 7, 7. You'd then have 7 sections in Article 2.
As opposed to, how many are there right now?
Or they could each be an article and stand on their own
No. we don't
feet,
want
but
to do
I
that.
would put them together.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
that also helps when we go to present at town meeting, because now we can show on the screen 7 things. And Jay could run down, because I'm sure that he'd be fine with that, run down and go, does anybody have anything on public and semi-public? Nobody says anything. And then you get to commercial, hold, okay, let's talk about it.
Yeah, so because it's bouncing around, I think, right? That's the.
Yeah.
It bounces around, I get it.
And a lot of little tables,
A lot of little tables.
which
I
we,
mean, when you're communicating something this complex, you have to get down to the brass tacks and make it as simple as possible for people to understand it, of all walks of life, like regardless of whether or not they've been paying attention to our amazing meetings every time we have them or not.
Yeah,
So I think we do ourselves a disservice if we don't present this information in the larger body of work that it actually is, because of the fact that we just asked them to put it into that larger body.
Yep. Yeah, no, I like that. I hadn't thought about that at all, and then you bring up a really good point. And if I think it'll work by then having each category broken out, and then
And then the last thing we're doing is killing these districts in that last one, or is this?
well, this is all part of the first one.
This is part of the first one.
The first
okay.
one, yeah. Yep.
All right, that's fine.
Then you get what you wanted because there won't be spaces.
Do we ever
Yeah.
move anything from one district to the other, or they all stay in there?
And we remove districts that don't exist.
No,
Not
no.
those districts.
No, we're not moving things around.
So
Bob wanted to create a couple new districts,
Not those kind of
but that's a
No,
whole.
no.
That needs to be for another day.
you could, I'm not saying we do this, right, but you could say, well, that one that was in the C zone, you put it in the commercial, maybe you could have put it in somewhere else, okay? So there is a little bit of a,
Right.
where to place it,
Right.
you know? You could argue that, but,
I also think by doing this, I like that idea. I think it's going to streamline it, and it's going to also reduce the number of pages. It should consolidate a little bit for Article 2.
so I think it's, I don't think it's dual. I'm not saying that at all. I just want to be transparent about it, but I've only got a couple days left this week, and got other things still in the hopper here, so I don't want to, because I'm going to,
Well, but does it have to be done this week to?
The notice.
it's got to be,
notice?
it's got to be done for the notice, you know, that's the thing. It's not like I don't shy away from doing stuff by any means, so but I also want to, so the caveat option I was telling you, suggesting, is you could do a Zoom if you want, if you don't want to be in the building. We would do it right, obviously, we wouldn't make the thing that happened last time with the zoning notice, but we could do a special meeting for this, for just the zoning. Pick a different night to do the zoning, public hearing for all of them, not the 14.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Push
So
it, push it out. Like,
Just give me time to do that, and then we plug in the date,
so if
you know what I'm saying? So for example, I do the work, and then,
so you're off next week, but
Yeah.
you get everything done by March, the following week.
yeah, I get everything done when I come back, so you have it, it's just
Right.
that when it's
So-
ready to,
You get everything done by the March 3rd, but then that wouldn't be enough time for notice for the 14th meeting to do the public hearing, so we'd have to do the public hearing like probably March 20, the week of the March 20th or the 27th. So we'd
probably prefer the 20th, do it sooner than later.
Right.
But,
So we'd probably have to push out the public hearing a week after our normal planning board meeting. And that
Does it
meeting
make
would,
sense for us to move the planning board meeting to that day?
we could.
if you did it,
I mean, the planning board meeting would be shorter because we wouldn't have the public hearings. And then that meeting, this special meeting would just be public hearing, period. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
so the 14th meeting at the moment, we've got the master plan steering committee
Got it.
meeting.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, not a huge fan of adding another meeting, but I think it makes a lot of sense to do it in this situation.
Oh, yeah, no, we've already committed to that, I'm fine with that, yeah. We'll just add one on the 20th.
Yeah, we can do the,
Everybody good with the 20th?
Yes.
Well, or whatever. The
Or,
20th
yeah.
is a Monday, but
23rd.
It would be Zoom.
23rd's a
right?
Thursday.
So we would do it Zoom,
Yeah,
Yep.
Okay. So I can take that from anywhere. Fine.
So
do it anywhere.
I am.
And what we would do as well, just so you know, I'm sorry.
I'm off. I can't do the 21st through, I could do the 20th, Monday the 20th, but that's probably it. That whole week is horrible for me. I'm just, full disclosure, that whole week is just freaking horrible for
Discuss
me.
this whole thing? I think this is better done in paper in front of you than on one screen or multiple screens.
Zoom.
I like going
I'm
back and
just
forth and be able to see
saying, so
a couple
Rich,
sheets at a
that, for
time.
me, that week is horrible. I'd rather do it the week after.
Okay.
The 28th. So that'd be 2 weeks following our normal planning board meeting.
So
28th?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Tuesday, the 28th?
Wait, is that going to be a Zoom?
Oh, I would say so, but Eric's thinking.
You can can you print it out?
Yeah, but I like to
He just wants to
look
be
at
here.
everybody, hey, what page are we on, and get
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Zoom is.
cross-reference things.
Yeah, that I won't be able to come in person, but I can.
Can we have it printed out and we can pick it up?
No, I can print it too.
What
but
about
it's
Monday,
just-
the 27th?
That's,
That whole week I can't do.
That whole week?
I can do Zoom, but I can't be
well,
in
I
person.
mean, I think that'd be fine if we had, let's try and meet in person, and if you can't, you could still do Zoom.
Okay.
I mean,
We do both.
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
hybrid, you know?
we'll do a hybrid.
we'll do hybrid. I can be here.
Eric's gonna end up here alone with his paper.
I'll be here with Eric. I'll be here with Eric.
Well, guess what? We'll be here with Eric.
Oh, that's nice.
I'll be here with Eric.
I'll be in Zoom.
Yeah.
So the
Also,
20.
My husband
This-
travels schedule
this
that
gives
week.
you-
Zero chance.
Well, it gives you
My-
time to.
Well, but my concern is you're gone on vacation next week, and you know how that goes. When you come back, you're swamped. I mean, all these things build up. So I just didn't want to add this on top of all that. This way, now you've got a little bit more than a week after you get back. I mean, hopefully you can get the signed stuff kind of, you can at least reach out to town council tomorrow, and maybe even some of that can get taken care of this week.
But okay, it's easy, you know, easy, I guess, but I can plan ahead, and I know what I have
Yeah.
to come back to too,
Yeah,
so.
true.
it's not-
All right, so what day were we saying?
Tuesday, the 28th? And it'd be hybrid?
That's not a select board meeting, right?
That's
No,
7.
That's an off one,
7?
right?
Yeah.
That would be an off one.
Yeah,
That's an off.
For
It
the
is?
select board. It should be.
should be, because it's 2 weeks off from us.
Yeah.
Right.
28th is not good for me.
I'll give you.
Okay, what,
Hold on. What is,
All right, is that one gonna be the table of uses or signed by lot?
both.
Both.
we need both.
It'll be a public hearing for both.
Okay.
Are you? 20th, 27th?
Yeah, 27 or,
So 27th works, Eric?
yeah, or the first.
So just to be conservative, I guess is the right word, maybe not the right word. Can we do the 27th? Because the remote technically expires the 29th, isn't it, of March?
Okay. Good point.
It would be at what time?
7 PM?
7?
Might be one of those ones where I call in from like getting off of a flight, but I'll make it work.
Okay.
Okay, so 27th?
Yep.
7 p.m. Perfect.
It's kind of like my thing, right? Call into special
It is.
meetings from a back
It
of a
is.
cab.
Yeah. It is.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right. The it's, important.
How many,
It is important.
so how many people do we need, board members do we need?
3.
Okay,
Yeah.
because worried that John doesn't like the special off-cadence meetings. That's fine, we'll be fine.
So you literally think you would just be on the phone, not visual?
I can be visual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Because
Oh, all right.
you have to show your face to vote.
Yeah, if I land at 6:15, let's say there's a delay, then I can get on the phone and be,
Yeah.
because
that's fine.
we did that before.
Yeah, we've done it a couple times, yeah.
Because I remember the cab driver kept trying to talk to me. I'm like, I'm literally on a call. Stop.
Yeah, no, that's good. As long as we can see you.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Okay.
We're not voting until the end.
We're not voting till the end either, also, so,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, no.
I'm not worried.
yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Right, hopefully we'll have everything all hashed out.
All right.
okay,
No, that's a good,
okay. No, that's a great comment. I like your, what you said. No, because
I know it's a pain in the butt.
No, I didn't even think about it until you said that. I'm like, oh, yeah.
no,
Well, 'cause
I tell you, somewhat, as I was doing this again today, it was kind of like, you brought it to the forefront though, because I'm like, there's a lot of little pieces here. And
Right.
it's kinda,
And I'll be honest,
in one way it looks great, but in the other way not.
Right.
Yeah.
And you got me recorded several times. I said, this is amazing. It's
No, I
an
know.
awesome piece
Yeah.
of work. Like I said
Took it all back.
You took it back, it's like, it's okay.
slowly though.
I do appreciate all of our abilities to contribute to this pedantry that's going to lead to this very, very fluid, cohesive set of
first
articles.
6 pages right here. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
There we go.
And then going forward, then it's just, it's much smoother.
100%.
So one last question. Do you guys think that we should, for the sign bylaw, you think we should break it apart so that the internally illuminated is one and the other ones are another one?
No.
Because it's all or nothing in that case, meaning we can't change.
That was actually the request, was to give one thing, right? Originally it was the comprehensive, and we've already blown that apart. I think we've done a good job communicating why we wouldn't do that, but just have the one thing. If we can't, this is a pretty good bylaw, right?
Yeah.
Set of bylaw. If that can't get passed, then that's a whole back to the drawing board conversation for us.
There's a lot of other things we'd have to fix if that doesn't fly. Because that, in the way that we've written it, we put appropriate gatekeeping mechanisms in there. We've put, allowable uses. Like, we're going to show them what we're thinking from a sign perspective. And you've picked out some really good, representation of what it is that we're looking for. And so if that doesn't work, then I don't know. I don't know what would.
That's fair. Yeah, then in that case, the only win that we get is a sign that's perpendicular to the building. That's really the only other.
With lights.
No.
Well, it can have lights, they just have to be external.
External lights, not internal.
They can
If
do
it
that
was
now.
split.
Oh, yeah. If we split it up.
Yeah, that's not a big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think most people will be in line with
I think
the
hopefully
signage
the
bylaw. I think having small business association support there is good. And yeah, I'm positive about that one.
Yeah?
Feel good about it.
Ditto.
Okay.
As long as there's no wacky, wild, inflatable arm man signs allowed, I think we're good.
We should get you the little mini one for your desk.
You're worried,
In a pen.
I think it was important when you had the meeting with the advisories, just kind of talk about the fun, hopefully have a conversation, in terms of what those words mean, right? So comprehensive and so forth, like just the process of it, you look at.
We can speak to the fact that we really, just Melissa, but we collectively got into the weeds of this thing. It's really nuanced. There's no happy path to comprehensive now or in the foreseeable future. So we got to start, right, eat an elephant one piece at a time. And this is the first piece. And then see what the appetite is for that. And then that's, it positions us in a good place to build off.
The only thing that we might want to do, I mentioned this to Chad, but I haven't mentioned it to the rest of you, is the two areas where I would imagine the internally illuminated lights would be primarily are C4, like they talked about, and then is it C1, that's Route 1A?
Mm-hmm.
Because that makes sense, right? So the only real residential risk there is in the C4. So maybe getting on the agenda for the HOA meeting there to just get their thoughts. Hopefully that they're not upset about it. They would probably like the visibility. They want eye and ear places over there. So I would imagine the eyes, the lights could help.
So,
right?
those guys did.
I love the connection.
That is a good connection.
We did get their tenants, so we had the C4.
So it came
We got their
Yeah.
attention when they brought it up.
Right.
So how are we going to get them to come to the hearing?
I would have to find that woman's name and talk to her. There you go. I can do that.
Yeah, we should probably reach out to her and just say, hey, by the way, we're going to have a public hearing on signs. And,
before the public, yeah.
Especially if they want to have a restaurant over there. Good visibility is going to be a must.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just zoned this for you,
Oh, careful, careful.
Yeah,
Careful,
right, you know what I
careful,
mean.
careful.
Yeah. So this just got passed in part because of your support. Here's a potential next step for making that a reality.
that's right.
And they're the ones that are going to have to drive by it every day, so.
Right.
But it's also like, we can put in there for the lights. In the guidelines, we can add, I have all the terminology for the brightness and all of that we can
The
put
color,
in there, so.
yeah.
And the color, yeah.
Hours of operation and all that fun stuff.
Exactly, yeah, so we would.
Right. Okay. All right. We good on this for this evening? I think we did a pretty good job figuring this out and creating our steps to move forward with.
Sleep good tonight.
There was another thing in the drive about traffic study. Tell us about that.
Oh, the pond view? Pond.
Yeah, pond.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there was something, but you're right. Was that supposed to be under town planner updates?
Yes.
There was no agenda item. That's right. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, I did see that. It was like a $10,000 traffic study.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we clearly, I think we heard through the different public meetings that traffic will be a fundamental concern in terms of things happening with Southwood and development over in Pondville in general. So what I did is I hired a traffic engineering company to do it's really transportation, because it's not just vehicles, it's looking at pedestrian and bicycles. One, to establish in terms of trip generation. So they're doing that. They're going to be putting the cables out and doing some collection on Everett Street, Valley Street, Pine Street. I forget all the streets are listed there, but then also as part of it is to then look at the traffic and then work in terms of different development scenarios and look at potential mitigation measures to address the concerns that the residents would have with different developments. So they set it up so when what comes out of the MAPC process, we can plug into the synchro model different development scenarios to see the impact from traffic. They're not doing that with MAPC. It's more of a higher level, in terms of using ITE, but this way we could actually plug in numbers.
We could plug it into whatever model we need.
Yeah, whatever model. So let's say it's going to be whatever the mix is, we can run that model. So we have one model, but once the data's in there, we can then go back and we can replug different scenarios into it.
Does that take into consideration the new development that's going in there right now?
So they're part of this study. They're going to.
It's been permitted, right?
Yeah. So one of the steps in the compilation of all that work is I know they email me, I get to them, look at recently permitted projects, to get to development that hasn't been accounted for, so that gets accounted for.
Perfect.
They looked at existing counts on Route 1A and Route 95 for general background growth traffic for our area. So I haven't got back to them, I gotta think about it, but like 1% is what they're seeing for traffic growth to put it in the model. So we'll look at no build,
Yeah, I saw that in there.
yeah.
in the
But
proposal.
the idea is that it's important that we have it as we go along to figure it out, because the whole, again, the concept is you just can't stuff everything in and expect it to be the way it is, right? So we already know there's impacts, to have a plan of action that, and we're collecting the data, we're doing this work on this one, so it's not coming from a developer.
Will there be any input from public before it's already run and all calculated, or can we involve or look for input before it all happens?
You will be inputting into the traffic model, so that you have to decide with the, so in terms of.
Get the feedback of doing it at 7 a.m. versus, or whatever the
Oh, so they're
other
good.
people's
It's over a
comments
long
are.
period of time, though.
So they're collecting traffic in the AM
Yeah.
peak period and then the PM peak period during the week, and then they're doing counts on the weekend too. So that's using standard practice in terms of data collection periods, so we'll have that data. We can then run the same, whatever those scenarios are, into those same models.
I'm just wondering if there's a kickoff meeting that public will be able to, those people on Everett Street can say, hey, here's what we see, or what, the worst time is actually really
What's funny
concerts or.
about that is, this has happened a couple of times in my time here paying attention to this in Norfolk. People request traffic studies, and then they're almost never, like, they're like, no, that's not, like, traffic's way worse than that, or, there's also certain.
Right, and then.
It's a selection
ZBA
bias.
does it all the time, and then they hear feedback, and then they have to go back out and redo it, because now they get the feedback.
There was a town nearby, and I forget how long ago this was, did a traffic study because the residents are like, people are like, we need to lower the miles per hour on our street, and the traffic study actually came back with a recommendation to increase it by 15 miles per hour to help handle traffic. So, like, the point being, sometimes the residents, like, I live off of Park Street. If you tell me, if you ask me, I'm like, people go 85 miles an hour down Park. I'm sure they don't, but they go fast. But my perception is not necessarily always the reality there.
So in terms of participating, in terms of the work, yeah, their work is
Or
going.
when are they starting, or?
I thought they already put the cables out this past week, but I didn't see them when I drove by, so I got to find out when it was.
I mean, the thing is, if the cables are out there, it's always recording.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so so to what you're saying, it's not like having a person out there actually doing the counts.
I guess those traffic studies that were part of all the 40Bs, and, it was, where was the thing put? It was put at the bottom of the hill, it was put at the top of the hill, or at the blind spot where you do naturally slow down versus, there was a lot of placement about, hey, well, we got to go out and do the study again, because we put it at the stop sign, or we put it at the train crossing. Yeah, everyone stopped, because you got to stop at the train crossing.
Of course.
So let's think about where we put all this stuff.
Yeah, so they're, what was it saying there?
Doesn't Everett
If you
Street have
take it
massive speed
on
humps on it?
Pond Street going down
Yeah, it
Those
does.
are newer, too.
the hill where everybody speeds, you're going to get a very different number than if you
Correct.
take it at Four Kicks when you're waiting for everybody to turn out.
That's right.
So we're doing,
And maybe you need multiple.
so it's Pine Street,
Yep.
Route 1, Dedham Street, 1A, the signalized intersection, Dedham Street, Route 1A, Valley Street, unsignalized, Hill Street and Valley Street, unsignalized, Pine Street, Valley Street, unsignalized, Everett Street, Hill Street, unsignalized, Pine Street, Everett Street, unsignalized. So this is where they're That's the locations where they're gonna be putting down the,
Is it just traffic count or is it speed also?
it does both.
It'll do
Team
both.
viewer?
Right, so that's,
That's part of the data collection, speed.
but that doesn't tell you where they're doing it, or they're not showing you a proposal of where they're.
A map?
putting it all.
Yeah, does it have a map where they're marking locations where they're putting
No, he's
these?
just got a bullet list of.
Oh, it'd be nice to have a
intersections.
map, just to see.
You will have a map when the report comes out? You want a map ahead of time?
Well, what Eric is saying is that it would be good to see a map ahead of time, because we might want to move one of these, shift it 20 feet or 50 feet, because it could make a huge difference.
Can we do that?
I don't know, it's our study.
Yeah, but we're supposed to be impartial, like, maybe I'm wrong.
I think what you're looking for is like, we're not necessarily the experts in traffic studies, and we should probably leverage their knowledge to a point. I think there's,
Well, I totally agree with that, too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but
But
if
what
you
they
ask
don't-
ZBA, they're gonna tell you it's got kicked back on every project, and they have to redo it again, once you get the neighbor.
So this is not a project level traffic study that we're talking about. This is, you know.
It would be nice, though, to see a map of where they're thinking
You will have
of putting them.
you will have a map, but not ahead of time.
Okay.
Maybe.
You think they do that on purpose? They get
What's
paid
that?
for another study?
No, they go out, no, they use their standard practices of where they think they should put it. But to your point, they may not know that at Four Kicks, everybody slows down there. So if they put it right around Four Kicks, the speed's probably really low.
But I don't know that
But
we're.
if you're only unchanged
But
traffic
it
counts,
depends on what the
doesn't-
study is. We're not
Yeah.
looking at
Right. We
speed
don't know.
necessarily for
Well, the
the
neighbors there want the study probably to talk about.
We're
speed.
gonna,
We know that? Did they ask for that? I
we'll
mean,
collect
this is a
speed
baseline
data.
study
This is a
for us
baseline
right now.
study, yeah.
Right, we just
It's
want
a
to see what's
baseline.
happening at this
Yeah.
point.
we will collect speed data as well.
Right.
So,
Right.
so it's part of the data collection.
Yeah.
Because they're out there counting.
I think we're just gonna have to roll with it, Eric,
Eric's gonna go out
to the
there
best
and find
judgment
them.
of.
No, I just want to.
He's gonna go out there and move them.
And they'll say, hey,
He's gonna go right over it with
this
his
is where
bike.
you gotta be.
So unless they're a professional who has expertise, you know, we gotta, you know, it's okay. I mean, first of all, we're doing the study, so this is,
Right.
the data, the town's collecting data. This is not a project-based.
Yeah, I get it.
Like the scenario you're talking about with a development project.
Did we
Right.
close the meeting yet?
No,
No.
not yet.
Not yet, so.
So that's,
Yeah.
again, it's a base to start from.
Yep. Okay.
And like I said, the other piece of it is to then look at options to consider
Okay.
in terms of, as we go forward. Which means, could mean anything. There's not, you know, there's impact associated, how do you mitigate it?
Right. Okay. I think that was it that was the only other
Yeah, that was
document
the
that was in
only
there that we
thing.
hadn't talked about. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? We are done.